Very warm welcome to you all. On behalf of ICIMA, I thank you for joining us today for the second edition of the CE Construction Equipment Manufacturing and Supply Chain Summit. Now, may I request Mr. V.G. Shakti Kumar to kindly give welcome remarks to the audience.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all for the second edition of the CE Manufacturing and Supply Chain Summit. I would like to extend my special thanks and welcome Mr. Vinod Sharma, Executive Committee Member, Elsina, and Managing Director, Deki Electronics, and Mr. Vivekanand, President, ICIMA, and Managing Director of Caterpillar Private Limited, and Mr. Jaswinder Bakshi, Vice President, ICIMA. And I also would like to welcome all the fellow colleagues and peers from the industry. This summit is a part of the initiative pursued by the Manufacturing and the Supply Chain Panel of ICIMA. And we would like to take forward our agenda to facilitate strengthening the construction equipment manufacturing and developing a resilient supply chain for the industry. This is very, very important to make a competitiveness and enhance competitiveness for the country. CE industry aspires to become a leading player in the world and a global hub for construction equipment manufacturing in India. To achieve this goal, industry must become future ready. With this pledge, Manufacturing and Supply Chain Summit has been conceived to facilitate discussions on how Indian CE industry manufacturing excellence can be harnessed to bring product innovation while driving the agenda of sustainability and enhancing the level of efficiency, indigenization, competitiveness that are critical for the industry to align with the future needs of user industries. There are various sessions today in this summit that will facilitate discussions and deliberation on how the industry can leverage technology to improve its manufacturing processes, develop a skilled workforce pool to support the operation of smart factories, bring out efficient equipment that can be further the agenda of safety and sustainability, and develop a strong and resilient supply chain ecosystem. Smart manufacturing facilities help in boosting efficiency and productivity in a cost-efficient manner. To delve deeper into how technology is transforming manufacturing processes and practices and impact it's creating on skilling requirements, the sessions on technology and people, that's the first session. Transforming the future CE manufacturing has been designed, which would bring together technology solution providers, eminent subject experts from common engineering facilities developed under the Samarth Udyog program of MHI and other stakeholders from the CE industry. There are multiple sessions today. That's the first session. While the technology is shaping manufacturing processes, rapid growth in infrastructure over the years has created significant demand of new age green equipment, and the CE industry has responded to such demand by bringing out a range of modern and sustainable machineries. The deliberation in the session on modern, agile, and sustainable equipment paving the way forward would help in understanding the evolving equipment needs of the infrastructure and mining sectors and the new machines introduced by the CE industry. In its journey towards becoming future ready, a key imperative for the industry is to increase competitiveness through enhancing level of localization and reducing import dependence for high value, high precision components. The session on strong and resilient supply chain, mantra for going local to global, would focus on how the robust supply chain can be created by addressing the current challenges and what the government intervention would be required in this regard. To provide CE manufacturers and suppliers an opportunity to evaluate the opportunity to collaborate for domestic manufacture of critical components which are currently imported by the CE industry, a localization zone, you can see on the rear end of this hall, has been created in this summit. I would urge all the participants to visit this zone and access the possibility of manufacturing these components in India. The CE industry would be very happy to collaborate with you for development of these components in India. I hope that you all will find the discussion and various sessions very insightful and interesting, and will get an opportunity to network also. I welcome you all once again to this summit. Now I would like to invite Mr. Vivekanand, President ICMA, to give the theme address. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to each and every one of you. It's my pleasure to be here on the second edition of CE Manufacturing and Supply Chain Summit. And we had the very first edition last year in Delhi, and it was extremely successful. And Shakti did actually outline why we are here, and everybody, I'm sure, is going to be excited about what we are going to accomplish between now and the end of the session. And if I were to really just look at the backdrop of where we are standing today, right? So the construction equipment industry, I would actually just talk about, because Shakti did actually talk about the theme of this summit, because how are we really just going to be future ready? And for us to really just get to the point of really understanding that how are we going to be future ready, we need to really understand that to what the future is going to look like, and that's exactly what I'm actually just going to walk you through. So before we get into the future, I'll just talk about where we stand today, because the construction industry has actually seen a significant amount of growth in the last year. If I were to really look at the calendar year of previous year to the past, there is a 26% growth in the industry which has happened, which I think no other industries in the world can actually boast about. So this actually makes it India the fastest growing industry in the world when it comes to the construction equipment. And as you could see, we are already the world's third largest, and of course it's a distant third. And if you were to really look at what is likely to happen with the kind of the influx of projects, what the government has actually put in the pipeline, which we are already seeing translating into true demand, it's very likely that India would actually become the second largest, and the prediction is if the growth momentum sustains even at a moderate level of 12-13% of CAGR year over year, India will become the second largest industry in the world when it comes to the construction equipment. So what this really just presents, I know you can see the number also, right? And it's not just a hypothetical extrapolation, but in the past it has happened. If you were to really look at it, way back in 2014, the size of the industry was just a mere $4 billion, and as we speak, last year was 8.5, and this year it's likely to be 9.5 conservatively, maybe even 10. So we may actually touch a double digit, close to the double digit, and which is actually quite significant. And we are talking about this industry to be as close as $25 billion by 2030. And this is up to a 2030 view. And you would actually see one more analysis which ICMA will be releasing very soon on what will this industry look like in 2047. Because when we had the ExCon edition late last year, we were challenged by Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari that you should aspire to be the world's #1. And then we had some internal deliberations, and then we worked through the numbers, and it's very likely that India can actually become the world's largest market for equipment industry by 2047. I know 2047 is just a milestone, but we can actually be there much ahead of it, and we will very soon be actually releasing a report. So what this really brings to the table, and so this is actually the future, right? When we really just talk about the magnitude of the growth of the industry, it's very strong. And what this really means is we obviously need to have a lot more capacity, and that's going to be largely driven by each and every one of you present here. And so that actually makes this summit much more relevant and actually compelling, I would say so. And it's not just about actually putting the capacity. If you were to really look at the kind of import what we are currently relying on, we still have a significant amount of import content. Yes, there is always a range of localization that is across diverse product lines, what this industry represents, because this industry is extremely diverse. And if you were to really look at the kind of localization, it may vary anywhere between sub 30 to near 100, but an aggregate localization percentage of this industry is actually just about 50%. So that means to say that 50% of actually the components which are currently consumed by this industry has to have the capability built into the ecosystem, and that's going to be an important aspect of it. So it's not just about growing the capacity of what capability we already have, it's also about growing the capability of some of the components which are actually relying on the global value chain, because that's what is really going to help us to be much more resilient, because I know this is a new word which actually came and stuck with us after COVID. We never used to use this word in the past, but I'm sure every one of us in this room will definitely recognize and appreciate how important the word resilience is, and because that's what is really going to make or break for any of us. So I think it's not just about capacity, it's also about the capability, and I know Shakti did actually mention about, as we do that, we can't lose sight of the competitiveness. Because all these, when we want to be the world's largest, and we need to recognize that we can't be really just serving the local market, we would also be actually serving the global market. In a sense, India would actually become a global epicenter of manufacturing for construction equipments. And for us to be actually realizing that vision, we need to be actually competitive, not just locally, but also globally. So I think the competitiveness is also going to be extremely crucial as we do that. And of course, one of the biggest lever for competitiveness is to make sure that the supply chain stays closer to that as much as possible. And then, of course, the second one, what Shakti talked about, is technology. How are we really just embracing technology, and not just with the OEs, but also with the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, because it has to happen holistically. Unless the holistic value chain actually embraces technology to the extent what we need to embrace, we can never be competitive. So I think that's another important aspect of it. So I think these are the three things which I just wanted to leave with you on that. And as we do that, we are also seeing the evolution of how the construction equipments are actually going to embrace technology. So I'll just talk about the technological vision which ICIMA has come out with. ICIMA has recently released a technological vision document which talks about what the technology of these equipments, what we use in nation building, is going to look like between now and year 2035. And it's all actually focused on three pillars. One is on the safety, because these equipments are actually used for intense applications on job sites, mine sites, which are really just where the infrastructure happens. And obviously, we are, first thing first, we are concerned about the safety of the job site as a whole. And the second important thing is the solution. The solution really just talks about, because these machines actually don't work independently. These machines actually work with a combination of multiple equipments working in tandem. And obviously, we need a good amount of technology to really just make sure that these machines actually just interact with each other in a way that actually we are able to drive the efficiency. The third one is all about sustainability, and I'm sure everybody is actually focused on sustainability. And sustainability is not just about looking at the point in the value chain, and as part of the ICIMA tech panel, we are actually wanting to make sure that the technology is actually holistic, right from cradle to death, we call it. So right from the design of the product to the time actually we get to the point of recycling the product. So it starts from design, not just I know it's not just about emission, because most of the times we actually just get stuck with emissions and electrification. Definitely that's a big portion of it, but that's not the only portion of it. So it starts with actually selecting an alternate material to green material, to the point of actually having a circularity in the overall product portfolio. So I think it's much more holistic in nature, and that's what is actually going to be defining it. So as you really just think through the future capacity or capability, make sure that you are also having the context of what the technology vision document actually outlines on where the technology is going to evolve and then change the current footprint of a CE industry between now and 2035, because that will actually help you to focus not just on the short-term needs, but also actually have a vision of what needs to be planned for the future. So that's the other side of it. And obviously, these things we don't really see much of an issue because of the huge infrastructure outlay what we have, because these are the current pipeline of projects. These are the current pipeline of projects, and you can see that all the NIPs and GMPs and all those things. So we have a significant amount of projects which are already been approved by the government, and all are actually progressing. And I'm pretty sure that this is not going to be the end of it. This is just the beginning of it. And I'm sure everyone in this room would agree that the kind of infrastructure need what India has got is much, much more than what is outlined in this sheet. And I'm pretty sure that we have actually a significant amount of pipeline of projects that needs to be put much beyond this. So we are actually interacting with the broader stakeholders to really see how best actually we can actually build that vision of the pipeline of the infra projects which are required much beyond this, so that we will actually be able to really just not just get convinced that the industry will grow, but also have a strong basis on which we have the conviction that it will actually have a good amount of momentum which is going to sustain for a long period of time. And I'm pretty sure that it will have a momentum which will sustain for several decades if you were to really think about the kind of infrastructure need what the country needs, because we are not just wanting to put some infrastructure which we are lacking, we are also wanting to aspire to be a developed nation, as our Honorable Prime Minister has outlined, so which obviously means a lot, because from where we are today to the point of becoming a developed nation, definitely there needs to be a significant transformation that needs to happen in the infrastructure, and which is not outlined here. And I'm pretty sure that in the next few years, the government will actually come out with a vision plan on what that infrastructure needs, which will obviously mean that we will have much more to actually anticipate than what we are having today. And here are some of the key imperatives what ICMA has outlined, and I would not talk about multiple things, but if you were to really just look at a couple of things, we do know that we want to really just, this sector is capital intensive, and we do actually want to make sure that there are 2 points I'll touch about, because the rest of the things are not probably very relevant to this summit. But the 2 point what I would definitely want to have you all as a key takeaway is ICMA is strongly advocating the government to really just consider this sector as a priority lending sector, right? And by virtue of which they can actually have access, the entire ecosystem can have access to capital at a lower interest rate. The second one is we are also strongly advocating a PLI scheme, which is in very advanced stages of submissions. And again, this is the opportune time for each and every one of you to be present here to make sure that you are also actually just getting positioned. I know it's not approved yet, but it's actually at a very advanced stage, I can say, and we will definitely hear from Mr. Vinod on some of the things what the electronics sector has done to make it work, and we will definitely get to cross the finish line. I'm very confident that we will get to cross the finish line soon. So these are 2 things which I do want you to really just have, because these are something which is going to actually just make sure that your business case, what you are proposing, as you build your capacity, capability, and competitiveness, it will actually further strengthen. I won't say you should rely on an incentive to make it work, but we have probably definitely better reasons to be buoyant about the upcoming future, but this is definitely just a sort of an icing on the cake, which I would say. So with that said, I would definitely say that this is definitely an opportune time to really have this manufacturing and supply chain summit, and we have all the right stakeholders, and as Shakti said, we have a host of topics which we have the right set of subject matter experts to deliberate and then come out with proposals which can translate into action plan and then help draft to really just make our future a reality. And thanks once again for all present here, and I look forward to see an engaging summit.
Thank you, Mr. Vivekanand. May I now request Mr. Vinod Sharma to kindly give his address.
Thank you. Good morning. A very good morning to all of you. I come from the electronics sector. My job is to charge you up. So if I don't do that, I will get discharged at my own office. Mr. Vivekanand, the President, Shakti ji, Bakshi Saab, all dear industry colleagues here. First of all, thank you very much, and SEMA, I think there is no ICMA without SEMA. So thank you for having me here today to talk about something I am very passionate about, but I think there are reasons that all of you should get very passionate about. Congratulations on a summit like this, where you're really trying to see how you can indigenize, localize, and build a more resilient supply chain. Electronics certainly plays a role, and in the next 15 minutes or so, I will try to make 3 key points. One, a little bit background about the world of electronics, because it's important to know where we are going, what this industry is about. I will then, in the second bit, try to tell you a little bit about what's happening in India, a lot of exciting stuff, especially in the electronics industry. And finally, how we can all engage together and make sure that some of the objectives of the summit can actually be delivered on the ground. But before that, I'm missing my friend and colleague from CII, Vipin Sondhi ji. I used to always joke with him, we have these very fancy macroeconomic sessions trying to understand economy mein ho kya raha hai. And I used to tell him at the end of all those fancy graphs that दो ही लोगों को सच में पता है कि क्या हो रहा है, एक खुदा को और दूसरा खुदाई को. तो आप लोग जो खुदाई करते हैं उससे पता लगता है वाकई कुछ हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है ग्राउंड पे. So Vipin used to always tell me exactly what is happening, and I've noticed that especially in this infrastructure-led economy, this is becoming an extremely important part. So while the numbers look like $8-9 billion, I think what you do is the impact you have on the overall economy is multiples of that. And I wish you all the best in continuing on your journey, becoming the second and then the first. These are fantastic aspirations to have. Coming back to electronics, so electronics overall is the largest manufacturing industry in the world. People don't realize that often. It's about 2.8 trillion today. Divide that by the population of the world, 7 billion. You come with a $400 per capita consumption of electronics. In India, in spite of whatever has happened in the last 10 years, and we all think we are getting digitized and electronified, that number is still at about $100. So our average per capita consumption of electronics today, whether we make it here or we import it, is only $100. Obviously, this will go to $400 in some time, and that means we have at least a 4x growth possibility happening in the next 3-4 years. We are today at about $103 billion in Indian electronics, and our own internal figures are $300 billion in the next 3 years. Now, which is great news because, as you know, and for 20 years now, I've been trying to tell everybody in the ecosystem, it is wrong of us to think of electronics as a vertical. It's actually a horizontal. It's a meta resource. It impacts all our lives, from the first thing you do with your smartphone in the morning, read your news or look at your messages, to, needless to say, to drones now doing fertilizers and agriculture, telemedicine, railways getting electrified, safety being built in, convenience, processing, memory, and now artificial intelligence, right? So this is, whether you like it or not, it's not an area that you can ignore. And if we ignore it, which we did, unfortunately. So if you look at what happened in India, some of you will recall that we had fantastic Indian brands doing a lot of consumer electronics way back in the 80s, right? So the BPLs, Onidas, and much before that, the Crowns, the Teslas, the televisions, and Westerns. You may have forgotten many of them today. And then we have a lot of Japanese brands coming in, and Sony and Panasonic and JVC were in India, and Sharp did extremely well. And at that point of time, we had a very high level of localization, from color picture tubes to flyback transformers to the plastics to the capacitors that companies like Mike make. We were all doing it in India. And then we went through a policy framework, which in my opinion was definitely a blunder. We went to zero duty very quickly. So most electronics that you see today, especially the components that people like us make, are, since 2005, are at zero duty. So we've been competing globally. Obviously, electronics is a benchmarked industry in terms of quality and reliability. If you buy a PCB in India, it's the same as the PCB anywhere in the world. Otherwise, you won't be able to buy it. It won't work. So the quality levels are fairly established. So in such a globalized industry, we have to also compete globally on price against friendly neighbors like China. So you can imagine that it's been a very, very tough task. Unfortunately, we went through 20 years of what I would say erosion of our manufacturing value add, becoming a lot of manufacturers, a lot of colleagues of mine not surviving, becoming traders, or some of them even fading away. Fortunately, in the last 10 years, we see a revival. And it's not just a revival, so you use the word resilience. I would say, I describe it as many of us are fragile, or many industries are fragile. There are some who are breakable, some who are unbreakable. But resilience is a completely different thing, because what it means is that every time you challenge me, I will come back stronger. I will not only stand up, I will not only survive, but I will come back stronger. And a lot of global value chains, especially the electronic industry we see today, is one of those very, very resilient industries where we are coming back really strong. Of course, a lot of our limelight is taken away by our colleagues in the mobile phone industry. So let me talk a little bit about that. Today, from being a net importer, you hear this from everybody, including the Honorable Prime Minister. From being a large importer of mobile phones, we are today becoming an exporter of mobile phones. In fact, I think very soon we will be the third largest merchandise export out of India, just mobile phones, and electronics will be the second largest within a year's time, and soon after that we hope to be the first. How did this all happen? To begin with, this, of course, the belief, right at the government, at the highest level, the ministries, down to our joint secretaries and senior directors who write these policies, and an industry that's never said die. They said, no, we want to come back, and we want to come back stronger. So the PLI for large-scale electronics, as it's called, the first PLI that came, the dispensation was very simple. Basically, there are disabilities in this country, like there are in any other country, but especially if you look at mobile phone assembly, and they did a calculation. I'm sure if you do a calculation for your own assemblies and manufacturing, you will also come back. Energy costs are not the same as they are in our competing nations. Land cost, labor cost, productivity, the cost of finance being one of the most important ones, and then the cost of infrastructure. When you put all this together, we found, at least in the electronic industry, we were 8% off, by very generous this thing. Some people claimed it was 12 to 15%, but I would say across the industry, the average we came to 8. So what we wanted the government to do was give us a compensation of 8%, mitigate those disabilities. You could do it quite easily by putting a duty, but we have signed a WTO ITA 1 agreement, Information Technology Agreement 1, which I mentioned. So 217 tariff lines of electronics have been at zero since 2005, as I mentioned, and there are obviously a lot of the FTAs that we sign now also mean that more electronics will go to zero. So we could put these tariffs, but I think that's a very negative way of dealing with global competitiveness today. We would rather become a marketplace for everybody, somebody who can supply to the world and stand on our own feet. Now that sounds very interesting when we say that, but obviously doing it is much tougher. One, because it's not only these 8% disabilities, but someone like China also has the most robust value chain that you can ever imagine. Everything happens within the city, or within one province. So it's not just the electronics, the PCBs, the semiconductors, but the design of those electronics and the assembly all happening largely in a province. So the kind of advantage you get out of having a robust ecosystem physically very close to each other undeniably gives them a competitive edge. Now, we don't have that. We need to build it, and I'm happy that summits like this will help us get there. But in the mobile phone industry, what they did was a carrot and stick policy. They put a 20% duty on the one hand, saying, if you want to sell smartphones in India, please come here. But otherwise, you have to pay 20% more. So the Apples, the Samsungs, and the Lavas and Carbons, everybody started assembling in India, not manufacturing yet, right? And this was a value add of, started at about 5, 7, 8%. Now I'm told it's about 15%. But to be able to do this, the PLI gives you actually a 4, 5, and 6%. So let's take an average of 5% of your turnover. Now that's very interesting, because when you do assembly, if you put 1,000 crores on the ground, you get 25,000 crores of turnover at least. That's what the PLI policy says. You can get even more, right? So if I get 25,000 crores of turnover and I get a 5% incentive on that, that works out to 625 crores, right? So I get 625 crores back on my investment within the next 2-3 years. And the way the industry is structured, so an Apple doesn't put the 100 crores or 1,000 crores themselves. They get a Foxconn or a Dixon or somebody else to put it for them. So it was not an easy policy to push through, as you can imagine, and that's why I'm making that comment. The government obviously got wiser after that. It's a fantastic policy, PLI, because it's the first and the only government policy I know that is 100% outcome oriented. If you don't invest, if you don't get the employment, and if you don't make the turnover, you will get no money. In fact, if you read through the lines, you will see that of all the investments that have come into mobile phone, only 2 people have still got some money, as yet, because things happened. Unfortunately, COVID happened, things got delayed. And the government has been also very understanding in that sense, and they've also allowed us an extra year. But we are going through that process yet, so we'll only know in 4 or 5 years. My personal guess is that this would have been probably the most economical policy that the government ever came up with, because they will probably be paying only half of what they had to promise. Not because they don't keeping the promise, because that's the way the industry is structured. The targets every year are so steep, which we have all taken, and we do realize in business sometimes those targets will not be met. So not all of us will be able to get that incentive. But what it did for a very small amount of money, comparatively, which looked very large then, is it enthused a whole... Today everybody, when I walk around in CIS circles, in my own business circles, everybody sees me with a halo, because the electronic industry seems to be the one that's buzzing, which I think is really worth it. If the same can happen to any industry where everybody starts looking at it as a positive story, I think a lot of our work is already done, right? Now, and hence I would recommend that look at, but as PLIs came after that, I think they've been 14 or 15 or whatever now, you will see each one of them as a different character. We did another one within the electronic sector. The second one was for LEDs and for air conditioning, right? And there they said, you know what, we are already assembling all the LEDs we need in this country. And we are also assembling all the air conditioners already. So they put a non-tariff barrier on air conditioners. They couldn't put a further, rightly so, a tariff barrier. And they said, look, if you bring in an air conditioning unit out of anywhere in the world, you can't put the gas in it. The refrigerant has to be put when you are in India. So now it meant that large-scale importers, especially the Chinese traders, they could not get containers of these air conditioners and distribute them over Amazon. They had to bring it into a factory, they had to put the gas in, they had to test it, and obviously that meant some money, and that took away some of the cost arbitrage they had. So you have to think wisely. It's not only PLI, but it's a combination of tariff, non-tariff measures on the one hand, and then this incentive, because always the incentive basket, government can never be as generous as we would like them to be. Having said that, there the incentives were not given for assembling air conditioners or LEDs. They were given for making the components for those industries, because the components did exist. So there was no compressor industry. We were stuck at about 9 million air conditioners a year. China is at 90 million, and that's the scope we have. I mean, after all, air conditioning is not a luxury anymore, right? In a month now, we will all need air conditioning. Even if you're a poor person, after you've got those smartphone in your house, I think the next thing everybody wants is an air conditioner. So why can it not be designed in a way that consumes less electricity, et cetera, et cetera? So you need the compressors, you need the air conditioning integrated control units, and all that needs to be indigenized, and that's where the money went. In that second case, we will see how well that is done. In the third case in electronics, we had an IT hardware policy. And again, in this case, the government said, hey, we are already doing all the laptops and PCs in India, the Dells and HPs are here. They have very large capacities, their capacity utilization is very poor. So in this case, if we again incentivize these guys to put in more capacity, it doesn't make sense, because the first thing they need to do is utilize their capacity. And what they did in that case is, it was a 2% PLI, nobody was interested, obviously it failed in the first level. And then they revised that whole policy, so which is very good about this government. They're willing to listen, and then they're willing to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, we need to do something again about it. And in this case, what they did was, again, the same thing. They said, you know, you can make a laptop in India, you will get only 2% PLI. But if you were to use the PCB which is made in India for your laptop, right, I will give you a 5% PLI on the whole laptop. So that became a very interesting way of driving this whole thing. So I'm just giving you these 3 PLIs that I know well about, but obviously when it went to the chemical industry, the steel industry, the advanced battery chemistry, they have followed different patterns. So unfortunately, I don't understand your industry, so I don't have a prescription, but I'm sure you guys know. You will have to put it in such a way that the government begins to see, like in the mobile case, they were looking at headlines, from importer to exporter. Everybody is politically happy, and they put all their money. When you go to something like semiconductor, now that's a completely resilience you mentioned. And in electronics, there will be no resilience without semiconductors, let's face it. So we have a 50,000 crore, policy. Pari passu. It's never happened in the government of India. Otherwise, they tell you, you put your project, make your money, pay the, do the turnover, then pay the GST, then get an income tax certificate, and then come to me and I will give it to you in the next year. What these guys did in this case is, no, you put in 5,000 crores in the government, take my 5,000. You put another 2,000, take my 2,000. Pari passu has never happened. And this is what we are doing in semiconductor, because that's the nature of the industry. And governments like Gujarat, UP, and now I think also Orissa has announced almost a 20% additional incentive. So the project is about a $10 billion, but $7 billion is being paid by the taxpayers of India. That's how much we need this industry, right? And yet you will see that we still haven't, broken ground. Hopefully in the next 2-3 months we will hear some good news from some of these players. But that's the nature of semiconductors. But let's not be sort of completely taken away by this story only on semiconductors, because I see what you have displayed there, and I saw some of the ones at JCB, for example. These are stuff that my colleagues and I can do, even today. You might need some semiconductors, we know where to get them. We don't have those semiconductors in India, it doesn't matter. There are lots of them are sensors. In fact, we recently, 5 past presidents of Alcina, including myself, during the COVID, I wrote a paper to say, there are things we can do individually as Indian entrepreneurs, but there are things that are beyond us. Doesn't mean we don't do them, we collaborate. So we wrote a paper on collaboration. 5 past presidents of Alcina came together. We put our money where our mouth is, did a report, and we've now come together and formed a company called Ausense. Because the first component that we sort of identified as not being done in India but will be required more and more is sensors. You know, you'll be surprised to know that we import more sensors than PCBs in this country, even today. Yeah. So, and that's the other thing, in electronics, our dependence on I remember 20 years writing this paper, when we were like $10–12 billion industry, that we will be importing more electronics into this country than we import oil. And we are close to that today. You know, so when we do this $300 billion, we have a program on how to assemble $300 billion. That $300 billion requires $150 billion of electronic components, out of which $90 billion is semiconductors. So now those policies are coming together. Hopefully some of that $150 billion will. At our best, we think we will still be importing $100 billion worth of components in the next 3 years. That's equal to the amount of oil that we import even today. So we have a lot of dependence, but this industry is structured as a global value chain. Even China, which is the largest today, they are also a very, very large importer of electronics, right? So it's not something that we shy away from imports. Imports is not a bad word, but resilience, and as we saw during the COVID, as we are seeing during these geopolitical wars, we need to do a lot of that stuff ourselves. Now, coming to the last part of what I wanted to say is how can we collaborate, what we should do, be able to do. I think I'm always reminded of this fantastic example of when Maruti came into India, they had a choice. Yeah, they could have said, all we need to do is import everything, assemble a car, and somehow the market is waiting and dying, ready for this kind of a thing. They could have taken that short, very easy, and at that point of time, probably a profitable way of doing things. Whoever the wise people were, and thank them, that they chose the very tough part of vendor development, of teaching people, you know, guys coming from Punjab who had dealt with some kind of a steel welding and converting them into those fantastic auto part manufacturers that today, in fact, like you've invited me today, I was invited 2 years ago by ACMA, auto components guys. I sit on their executive committee now as a non-member, but trying to talk about electronics. Last year I was invited by EMA, which is the Indian electrical equipment manufacturers. And they have the same need, saying, look, hey, we need a lot of electronics, and what can we do together? So very, very happy to collaborate with you. It's a long journey, but do remember the Maruti example. It's not going to happen in a day. So what I always tell people is, even in circuits, I'll give you the example of the inverter air conditioning that's probably sitting in your home. Each inverter is now controlled in the last 2–3 years. Everybody switched to that. Inverterized controls, you know, you will hear inverter AC in ads. Now that's a very sophisticated electronic circuitry that controls everything that happens in that air conditioner. There are 2 design houses in India who build their own designs, and now there are 2 more, so 4 designs in India. Several electronic manufacturing services, the kinds of Dixon, Umber circuits, many of them, and you've seen 8 or 10 of my colleagues have gone public, and at the moment they're all doing extremely well in the markets. And the reason is that India is hungry for electronic assembly in India. Great, but these guys cannot survive, and this whole initial, I always talk about this as a 4x400 meter relay. So the first leg of that 400 meter relay is what we seem to be doing well in, which is the assembly of some of these products like mobile phones, for example. The second leg, which is equally important, is doing the components, not just semiconductor, but what I call PEPCAMs, the PCBs, the electromechanicals, the passives, which is the capacitors, resistors, inductors, the connectors, the actives like the diodes and rectifiers, and finally the magnetics and the sensors, without which there will be no electronic industry. So we all need to come together. Fortunately, we have a lot of experience in this area for the last 40 years, but we need to scale up, and we need to go to that level, because if you want to compete at zero duty, you better be at global scale, otherwise you will get kicked out in no time. So we are all coming together with these. Now so the PEPCAMs needs to come together along with the semiconductor, its second leg. The third leg of the relay is design. So I see some engine control units, a battery charger. So we have the designers who are designing battery chargers for the Deltas, for the Siemens and the ABBs of the world. They are doing it for somebody else. We need to get these minds together now to say, hey, can we do something which is an Indian product, which is required for India? And often one company cannot do that, because I see your battery chargers, 30 crores is not bad as the annual requirement. But if you put in these 30 crores from different people and you come up with a 100 crore plan, I'm sure that a lot of startups, a lot of technology companies, a lot of design companies will start taking interest in the design part of it. And then they will go to the assembly guy here and say, I've designed it now, can you do it? So there are companies that are doing it. One very good example is the hearables and wearables, where India has suddenly shot up. So companies like Boat and Noise, you may have heard of. After Apple now, Boat is ABC, so B is next now. Very, very heartening to see some Indian companies being able to do that. And finally, the fourth leg will be, like in any other industry, unless we have Indian brands, Indian champions, who can also sell in their brand to the world. Can a BPL, Onida, Videocon come back, whoever the new brands are going to be? Because do remember that electronic industry and its manufacturing in Japan, when they did it for 20 years, their GDP went triple in 20 years. When Korea did that in 20 years, they quadrupled their GDP. China did the same, and now I think it's India's turn, that as electronic manufacturers, we are able to deliver that. Not because electronics is sexy or great by itself, because it empowers all of you to go and do what actually civil society requires. Cheaper, more efficient, safer, more secure electronics, something, and then with all the artificial intelligence, everything sitting on the cloud, on servers, cyber security becomes equally important. So the more we do in India, the more secure we will be, the more resilient we'll be, more we will be able to deliver the dollars so that our Indian citizens begin to buy that $400 of electronics. I will stop with that. Sorry, I took a little longer than I should have, but I hope I've done justice to the time. And at Elsina, at CII, we'll be very happy to engage with all of you. We have these Source India platforms, one in Chennai, one in Noida. So similar display can be done there as the ICMA. We are trying to do it with other industries, and I can bring in a lot of my colleagues to say, let's pick up project by project. Let's develop a roadmap saying in the next 4 quarters, I will be able to deliver this to you. It might be 5%, 10% more expensive than what you get today from China, but that's the target. In the next 6 quarters, let us bring it to cost parity. And then in the 8th quarter, let us make sure that we are 5-10% cheaper than what you buy today. That would be the journey that we should all travel together. Thank you very much, and have a lovely day.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma, for that very inspiring, speech. Now, may I welcome Mr. Jashwinder Bakshi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First thing, before I formally start the vote of thanks, Vinodji, as an electronics industry, you really charged us up. In a sense, a lot of things to learn from your industry, Vinodji, and your experience. How industry, the way you said it started from 80s and from which it is now today. Thanks a lot, Vinodji. See, as Vivek and as Shakti ji also told about the construction equipment industry, which is today about $8.5 billion and aspire to be about $25 billion by 2030. And, we are one of the very few industries who have their own vision plans, not only of growth, but also of the technology, what Vivek told. So with the support of the supply chain partners like all of you, I think, the day is not far that we will be #1 industry as envisioned by, and as the target given by Prime Minister Ms. Modi. And we have taken, as an industry, we have taken this target. And with the support of all of the partners like you, we will certainly achieve that. So I'm part of the finance industry. I'm part of the Tata Capital. So let me sell the banking and finance industry also to all of you. See, as the bankers and the NBFCs, we do have a lot of financial products which we can offer to the supply chain partners. So we have, of course, the good old term loans. We have, bill discountings. We have factorings. We have operating leases. We also have equipment financing solutions for putting up those factories. So please, get in touch with ICMA. They will certainly guide you. All the manufacturers sitting here, we can certainly guide you in providing those solutions. This is one. So now, coming back to the session, and it's one of the very, very inspiring session. And Vinodji, I take your phrase. The who knows the industry, that is खुदा को पता होता है या फिर खुदाई को. So we are the diggers. We are the diggers. Who actually dig on the ground, and whatever infrastructure what you see today is produced by those machines. And Vinodji, thank you for giving us guidance on the PLIs of various industries, how various industries have taken the different approaches. We as an industry are working towards the PLI, and hopefully we are also getting towards it, and we have urged the government to give us the PLI for our OEMs as well as our component manufacturers, and we will certainly take your experience and will put to use. Thanks a lot, Vinodji. And thank you, Vivek, for telling us about the industry, its vision, about the technology vision, as well as the government's focus on infrastructure and the lot of lakhs of crores being put on the infrastructure, and how the construction equipment industry can add value to the infrastructure growth of India. Thank you, Shakti, for putting this show up. This is our second summit, and last summit also was very successful, and it's very, very good to see, the house full on a Monday morning here. And I'm sure, it's going to be a great day or great learning day, and a great day for connecting to and networking with each other, so that we can really use this day for the purpose for which this has been designed. I also thank our sponsors, who have come up and sponsored the event. I thank our partners like the MHI for especially partnering with us for this. Thank you, ACMA. Thank you, Elsina. Thank you, IICI, that is Indo-Italian Chamber of Commerce, Indian Steel Association. Thank you, MRAI, that is Material Recycling Association, IESC, ICAT, NBMCW, and all of you, who have come together to make this show successful. We also have very great panel discussions which are planned during the course of the day, in which representatives of the CE manufacturing ecosystem, government officials, and supply chain partners will be deliberating upon critical topics to pave the way for devising solutions of key challenges facing the CE manufacturers and supply chain participants. But before that, I request, we will take a small break here. We'll have, yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, so before we close for tea, take a break for tea, if there are any question or discussions, we are open to the same. So we have eminent panel members with us. Yeah, any of you, please. Anything on supply chain, anything on CE manufacturing, anything on construction equipment, on ICMA, on financing, we are all here to answer. Yeah, I think the crowd needs much more charging up. Yeah. Thank you.
My name is Harpreet Singh from Tata Hitachi. My question is to Mr. Vinod Sharma ji. Thank you for your insights on PLI particularly, but when we talk about circular economy, and particularly if I relate to your industry, electronics, there are things related to collection of waste as well, whether it is a e-waste, and along with that is a plastic, which is another major waste which comes in. How we can put that thing into the context of CE manufacturing?
Yeah, thank you for asking that very, very important question. We have only one planet, right? So obviously producers in the past have, for whatever reasons, resisted in the name of innovation. Some of the best brands we know, unfortunately, have batted against circularity for a long time. But I'm very glad now that civil society, NGOs, and the government has come together. So within Niti Aayog, in fact, I chaired a national task force on circularity in electronics, and we were able to get together all these stakeholders on issues like repairability. So there are a lot of laptops, cell phones that if you open it, the warranty is over, you cannot. So there are now provisions coming in. The first one you will see on the ground is that all chargers, micro chargers, will soon be C-type. No other charger that's allowed anymore. So at home you would have an Apple charger, you'll have many C-type chargers, many other chargers, and they were obviously not interoperable. To begin with, we want to reduce the amount of electronics that you need to use. Then, of course, this whole recycling thing. So the end user, you probably know about the extended producer responsibility now, both for electronics. So whatever we have sold every year, a percentage of that we have to now take back. And obviously, we cannot take back and do that ourselves. So you're using recyclers, you're using notified e-waste agencies who will then make sure that this waste is handled in the most ecologically friendly manner possible, and they will give us certificates to do that. So this is being rolled out as we speak. So for example, on LEDs it has already come. Many products are already a part of that. But like always, I think the key challenge and opportunity lies in the cultural change that we need to bring in. What the government also talks about life for environment. So unless, and as Indians, I think we are culturally, we don't throw away things for no reason at all. But in the electronics, what happened, this whole fashion, this whole thing about redundancy and how you want a new model every 6 months, there was also a lot of rapid progress happening. So from the first phone that you may have had, a Nokia, a big sat phone, or a Motorola, to what we hold in our hands today, we have come a long way. So there was genuine technological advancement happening. But now for the first time, I think the world is saying, hey, hang on, do I really need another one? Does it have all the features that I already want? So there were lots of deviants, very large players, unfortunately. I won't name them on a forum like this, but have actually pushed software into your smartphone which slows it down so that every 2 years you begin to, or consumes too much of the battery power. So you suddenly begin, your phone is getting heated up after 2 years, you want to change your phone. So there were a lot of these artificial ways in which a lot of this was actually negative, consumption of electronics was happening. Fortunately, but many of them got fined all over the world. Very large players have got both software and hardware got fined for it. They've been called out, and now this naming and shaming has started. And now we are finding, so for example, just last week I was at an inaugural of the first tablet that we have actually designed and made in India. It's done by Ajay Chaudhary. I don't know if you know, a very dear friend of mine, HCL co-founder. So after he retired, and he's gone back to give to the industry now under the name of something called EPIC, Electronic Product Innovation Consortium. So like-minded people have come together, put some money, and they said, let's make something for India. And I'm very happy that they chose an educational tablet, which is very Indian, uses Indian, there is a software called Bhashini that automatically translates into 26, I think, Indian languages. They're using a first Bharat artificial intelligence platform on that tablet. It's 100% repairable, it's upgradable. So tomorrow you want to also upgrade the memory, you can do that. You want to change the battery, you can do that. So there are some baby steps we are beginning to take on reducing, on repair, on recycling, and now on designing for repair. So it's a work in process, and I do hope that in the next few years we'll get there. And especially, you're absolutely right, if you look at the battery usage, electric batteries, lithium ion, I mean, this is disastrous. If we don't know how to recycle this, we'll probably 10 years later discover that we were much better off with the other issues we had than with these new issues that we have today. So, but at the same time, as technology grows, I'm sure these answers will also come. But it is a challenge, and thank you for flagging that.
Yeah, any other question? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Shantimay Chattopadhyay. I'm heading the supply chain of GR Infra. So I am at the user end. So my question to all of you is that, the resurgence of the growth in the infrastructure segment is phenomenal, and it's going to be there for the next so many years. I would say 2 to 3 decades rather, in order to meet that India becoming complete developed nation by 2049, what is PM's vision. Now, in order to do that, what is my question to all of you is that, so far, means the kind of support that we have been getting from the construction equipment manufacturer was kind of specific support which is needed for the specific projects. But now that with this kind of mammoth growth which we are anticipating, and which is going to happen for sure, means the climate is definitely an agenda which is much talked about globally. And of course, at the same time, the kind of debacles which are being happened every now and then, like we were about to construct this ropeway projects for this Kedarnath and Hemkund Sahib, but that project got stalled for now because a lot of geographical disturbances which is happening. So now what our idea is that this construction equipment manufacturer should be more cautious in order to make sure that the climate control is taken on a top priority basis, and at the same time there is no the debacle which happened. So the kind of growth that we are looking for, which is phenomenal, and the kind of, stipulations which has to come in order to make sure that the infrastructure that we build is not only quantitative but also qualitative. What kind of the philosophical change that the Construction Manufacturers Association is taking up at their level to make sure that we be a very successful part of this growth story?
No, very, very pertinent question. I think Vivek, you'd like to take it.
No, I will just start and then let Shakti chip in. Definitely, your point is very valid. And if you were to really look at what ICMA has been doing, is we have been more reactive. We have been really just looking at the changing demography of what the customer wanted and what the regulatory environment wanted, and then just wanting to just go behind it to make sure that we are compliant to what the customers and regulatory environment's needs are. And I did talk a little bit about the technology vision document. So we actually did a lot of introspection within ICMA, and then we said we need to be actually much more proactive, and we actually need to be defining the destiny of where we want to be. And that's one of the reasons why ICMA has actually rolled out a technology vision document. And I would definitely be proud to say that the ICMA is the only association which has actually got a forward-looking document. And many of the interactions what we have been having with the broader stakeholders, they were always surprised that we have always had a pushback, just to the point what Mr. Vinod Sharma was saying, right? Many a times when we go to those big industry giants who are part of the industry, they always have a pushback on some of those things, but we have always been actually forthcoming and proactive in terms of really just pushing for some progressive adaptation of be it technology or emission or anything for that matter. So I would say that ICMA has already actually laid down the roadmap, because it really calls for a significant amount of engagement with the broader stakeholders to make sure that we are not only putting a plan which is utopian in nature, but also actually it's something which should be workable. So we already have got a plan. And I did talk a little bit about what are those three foundational elements of the ICMA vision document. One is safety first, because obviously the industry is actually going for a massive infrastructure development, and infrastructure is relatively a tough sector which has got an inherent safety risk, and we want to really see how to the best extent possible the equipment takes care of the safety. Of course, we do recognize that there are other sides of the things which needs to be taken care, but as much as possible, if we can really just embed that element of safety as much as possible in the equipment, that's the best thing to have. And if you get a chance to really drill through the vision document, which will actually talk about an MGPP approach of how we are wanting to really just embed that safety features across the various facets of the equipment categories what ICMA is making. The second is the solution. And when it comes to the solution, it's all about, I know we have a huge infrastructure growth, and it's not just about how we can actually cater to it by just pumping in as much equipment as possible. That's not what is going to be meaningful. What is going to be meaningful is how we can actually do more with less, and that would mean that obviously we want to improve productivity. And as we improve productivity, it's not just about productivity. We also want to make sure that we are actually enhance the durability. And to Vinod Sharma's point, right, it's not just about actually just getting an equipment to actually work for just 3 years instead of 5 years. As we do that, we want to actually just improve productivity, and at the same time, the equipment actually doubles the useful life from what it is today. So I think those are the things, if you were to really look at the solutions portion of it, it will really talk about how do we double the quality and also double the productivity. And of course, the competitiveness is eventually going to be determined for any of the projects, especially with the infra developers. And last but not the least is to really just make sure that we are actually embracing the sustainability. And I did talk a little bit about it. It's not just about the point in the value chain, it's actually the holistic value chain. So to your point, I think the ICMA vision document is just a baby step towards actually just outlining how we would be actually progressive as well as proactive. And we have already started making some progress on that, and we would definitely want a lot more of the engagement as we work together to make sure that the end user segment is actually going to be a big portion of it, because the adaptation is going to be largely driven by the end user segment, and we do recognize that, and we would definitely want to collaborate extensively with the end user segment to make sure that we are tweaking as we progress, because we have laid down the roadmap based on how globally the adaptation has happened, and not necessarily that would make sense for our country. It could be different, and that's where we definitely want to interact with you and then take your feedback.
I just wanted to add the point. Already, if you see the members of ICMA, we are exporting more than 100 odd countries. meeting the regulation requirements in destination. So we are globalized, and we are also engaging association bodies like ICMA in those countries to come out with the common code for manufacturing and things like that. So we are engaged, and so since we are meeting everywhere, I don't want to say that we are ready for your requirement, but like Vivek said, we are looking into the special requirements of India also in the process, and we are evolving, and over a period of time we will be very strong. Thank you.
If I may just add one point that comes to mind, I also am privileged to be on the governing board of the Quality Council of India. And a question that I asked the board when I first came there was, if I were to bring 3 bags of gifts and say, sir, you are the senior most, you pick the first one, and second one will go to somebody else, and third will go to. And all I'm telling you is that the bags are similar. One says made in Japan, the other says made in China, the third says made in Korea. Which one would you pick first? Now, that's not a surprise. The same order of picking will be done by somebody outside this hotel on the street. Somebody who's never been to school, never been to any of these countries. He also has the same opinion of which one to pick first. Now, when we are going through this rapid industrialization as India, and if I put a 4th bag called Made in India, when will my bag get picked? Do we aspire to be picked first or second or third or fourth? Or we have no aspiration, and obviously then you will get picked fourth in that sense. And I think that, so the question you're asking is, and I'm very glad that you have this technology approach paper already there, that is the opportunity we have. Not only India needs construction equipment and everything else, the whole global south needs the same kind of construction equipment. Their affordability is same, the situations are very similar, the climatic conditions are similar, handleability, usability, I'm sure, has similar issues, right? So that is the golden opportunity we have, provided we build something that is perfect for that market, you know. And I'm always reminded of our guru, Steve Jobs. He always claimed that he didn't know anything about marketing but he said that, look, the customer doesn't know what he wants. You need to tell him what it is. So maybe your buyers don't know what they want unless you show them the construction equipment which is probably the best for them in the world. So that's the opportunity that we all have ahead of us. And I think the next 10 years are really, really critical. Yeah.
So we have time for one last question, if there is any. Okay, so if there are no more questions, thanks once again. Thank you, Vinodji. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Shaktiji, for this wonderful session. And thank you, all of you, for participating in a very, very excellent way. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you.
We are going to start the next session, which is a special session to release the CE construction equipment industry report that we have developed. ICMA has developed jointly with ICRA and Invest India. I would request Mr. Vijay Shakti Kumar to kindly give the opening remarks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for this special session. We have 2 events taking place. I am very happy to announce the first one. I will announce the second one in the due course. We have created a knowledge paper from the manufacturing and supply chain panel, part of ICMA, in collaboration with ICRA and also with Invest India, to know about the current status of industry, how it has been growing, and how we are relevant for the user industry, and the way forward, the vision plan, and the opportunities available for this industry to become one of the global leaders in the coming year. We have targeted 2030 to be the year, and also the challenges associated for the growth and reaching those targets. So this paper has addressed all these aspects in a very detailed way. I would like to invite my friend Mr. Vivek on the stage to release this report.
Now, may I request Ritu to kindly give a brief presentation?
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure and a privilege here to stand here and release this report. Of course, when you go through it, it's a very exhaustive report on the Indian construction equipment industry, titled Charting New Horizons. I'll just take you through a brief 10 to 12 slides on what all we have covered here. And basically, this is how I've structured it. We'll touch upon what's the global scenario today for the construction equipment industry, where it stands, what's the expectation. Then coming down to the domestic construction equipment industry, key challenges it is facing, and some of the recommendations by the industry, what can help them, the policy interventions that can help them reach their true potential. So starting off with the global overview. So the global markets, construction equipment markets, touched a record 1.3 million unit annual sales mark in calendar year 2021. So though it's a cyclical industry, we see the cycles over the last 2 decades. But what's interesting to note here is that in the last 5 years, from 2018 onwards, the industry has remained over the 1 million mark. So what has driven this growth? Of course, it's the infrastructure spending. Like in India and globally, it's the infrastructure-driven demand that is driving this. The COVID definitely broke the pace of growth that we were seeing till 2019. However, stimulus spending by most of the global governments, pent-up demand from 2020, along with lower housing interest rates, which supported real estate demand, kind of boosted the sales that we saw in calendar 2021. As on date, it's the China market, which is one of the largest construction equipment market, which is experiencing a slowdown. Apart from that, we also saw supply chain issues, shipping bottlenecks, etc., which kind of led to a moderation in demand in calendar year 2022. While 2023 data is not yet formally out, we expect that it will be again a moderation, given the continued slowness in the Chinese market, as well as, gentler slowdown in other economies. Now, if we break this down to region-wise sales, so 75% of the global construction equipment demand is contributed by 5 markets. So in descending order, we have North America, primarily USA, then China, Europe, India, and Japan. So interesting to note here, though as a region, Europe is larger, but India is the 3rd largest market or a country after USA and China in terms of volume sold. Of course, we estimate that the market size is around $150 billion. This is calendar year 22. And India's percentage share in terms of value-wise will be 5% or lower than 5%. And now going to what will drive the growth and what is the growth potential of the global markets. So in this decade, in the current decade, 2021 to 2030, the global market is expected to grow at a CAGR of 6.5%. The Asia-Pacific region, which is the largest contributor, at the start of the century, at the start of the decade, the contribution was 45%. By end of this decade, by 2030, we expect this share to increase to 48%. What will drive this growth is, of course, continued infrastructure-led development. The governments will continue to invest, especially for emerging or developing economies. At the same time, the project sizes are getting bigger, mechanization is increasing. Also, we have demographic factors like skill shortages or increase in wage wages for manual labor. And we also have, retiring workforce, especially in developed markets. So all this is also going to contribute towards increasing CE demand. Now, moving to the home front, coming to the Indian market. So Indian CE industry saw a CAGR growth of 8% between fiscal 14 to fiscal 2023. This growth was even higher at around 14% between 2015 to 2019. COVID, of course, there was an impact in 2020 and 2022 in the growth momentum, led by COVID-led disruptions and also the emission norm transition, which kind of led to a significant price hike in the prices of the equipment that we are selling, along with commodity inflation also, which also contributed. However, like it was highlighted, we have seen 26% growth in fiscal 2023. The industry crossed the historical benchmark of 1 lakh unit and is set again to cross another milestone this year with 107,000 unit sales already in 10 months. What has driven this growth? I think we are all aware, the government's relentless focus on infrastructure development. We have initiatives like NIP, Gati Shakti, we have Smart Cities Mission, Amrut Mission, etc., to name a few. What we have also seen in the last few years is private sector participation increasing in the infrastructure segment. We have PPP models like HAM coming in, which has encouraged private sector to also become a part of this growth story. We have formats like REITs and InvITs, which has kind of enabled foreign capital to come into the Indian real estate and infrastructure market. At the same time, to become more self-reliant, mining industry is kind of also, pushing for greater and greater increase in the, mining activity as well. So all these have driven in the last few years the growth. And going forward also, this infrastructure push we know is going to continue. Apart from that, there are alternative segments, sectors, and works that are being taken over from unorganized to organized side, like demolition or scrap management, agriculture. These are new fields. New business models are being developed, which will also support. Again, the project size and complexity is increasing, which is also supporting the increasing mechanization. All these factors we expect will contribute to the growth and help us realize the vision that we have set up for ourselves to become a champion sector for the economy. So, of course, this is just an overview. The domestic market is very vibrant. We have globally acknowledged products. At the same time, the product range is diverse. We are serviced by more than 50 OEMs, both homegrown and multinational. Almost all kinds of equipments are being manufactured in India or assembled in India. It's only a very small, super specialized equipment which is being imported because of lower demand. But we are catering to almost all the segments of the economy. At the same time, the production trends, the technology is keeping pace with the global peers. A lot of emerging themes in the construction equipment industry today. If we have kind of highlighted the 8 themes that are there. And India is taking lead or is at varying stages of adoption across each and every one of them. Be it telematics, be it Internet of Things, alternate fuels, specialized, small-sized equipment. India is there on each and every one of these. So now economy is growing, industry is also growing, but are we at our full potential? Are we operating at our full potential? Not really. There continue to be certain challenges which, if addressed, can help us, grow even faster. So just touching upon a few of the kind of challenges. So first, of course, I think we have spoken about this time and again, is the import dependence. So though the product range is varied and the indigenization levels also vary quite starkly in terms of product categories. On an average, Indian industry is 50% import dependent today. What is imported is precision components, ECUs, telematic components, which are high value components. But on the other side, we have a very robust kind of supply ecosystem for the fabricated parts. So what is needed is, we know that India has a very strong component ecosystem when it comes to the automobile sector. So to the extent possible, we need to leverage upon the system, the component supply chain for the auto system, and then push towards the indigenization of the other products as well, which are currently almost entirely imported or partly imported. Another factor I would like to highlight is the differential in the raw material prices, because this exactly is the heart of the cost disadvantage that we talk about. If we just compare the CRC prices in India, and if we compare it to imported CRC prices from China, we see a consistent gap between the two. And this gap is even higher when we go to specialty steel. So even the availability in the quantities that are required is an issue several times. Apart from that, there is logistic cost, there is power cost. All this kind of adds to the competitiveness of making a product in India. And it's kinds of these disadvantages in terms of logistics, RM, cost, which also kind of pile up and offset the cheap labor that we keep talking about, right? So these also need to be addressed. So these were major supply-sided kind of hurdles. If we talk about other hurdles, on the demand side, we need long-term visibility on project pipeline. For example, even the NIP, when we talk about NIP, which is a very ambitious kind of plan, that is also a 5-year duration plan. So we need longer visibility if we need to invest in creating capacities. Exports are constrained, again, because of cost competitiveness. In technology and skills, 30 to 35% of the volumes of construction equipment sold is off-highway or non-road equipment, and they are not covered under any emission norms. So this definitely impacts the competitiveness on a global scale for this segment of machinery. Also, there are no incentives. We talked about how technology is rapidly changing, but there are no incentives to OEMs to kind of upskill the operators, right? That is required if we want more safe and more efficient work sites. So these are some of the hurdles. Of course, this is not an exhaustive list. The report has many other smaller and larger challenges that are faced by the industry today. So now we come to the final section about what possible kind of interventions can be brought about that can help industry address some of these challenges. On the demand side, a longer infrastructure creation plan is required, especially for state-centric infrastructure projects. At the same time, asset utilization needs maximizing, and for that, we need robust project implementation system so that projects are completed timely, or if in case there are delays, they can be addressed timely. To push exports, more FTAs can be signed, some export-linked incentives, cheaper trade finance, competitive products can be explored. In terms of operating system, we already spoke about, raw material cost, logistics cost. So to offset this, a PLI scheme, definitely, like the industry is trying for, could be an answer. It could attract investment, build capacities, and create scales so that brings competitive advantage to the India-made products. In terms of technology and skills, emission norms need to be notified for 30-35% of the equipments that are currently out of its purview. At the same time, certification of operators could be made mandatory so that there is an incentive for operators also and for OEMs also to kind of push for this. So coming back to the vision, it all begins with a very compelling vision and having a comprehensive plan to build on that. So we have already seen the industry has set a vision for itself for 2030 to become a manufacturing hub, a second largest global market in the world, annual volumes of 2.5 thousand units and 25 billion sales. And for India to become a USD 5 trillion economy, definitely we need world-class infrastructure. So that is definitely going to drive the growth for this industry. What is needed now is implementation. So people, committed people, talented people coming together and working towards implementation, having such conferences, deliberating on the issues being faced, and course-correcting from time to time. So on that parting note, I'll close this presentation, and I'll leave you with a few glimpses of the report that we have made, and hope that you find it an insightful read. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ritu, so much. I would like to invite Mr. Bansal to say a few words about, Invest India's journey towards developing this report. Bansal, Mr.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank ICIMA and ICRA for partnering with us on this report. I represent the capital goods and the electric vehicles team at Invest India. For those of you who don't know, we are the National Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, and we were set up by the Honorable Prime Minister in 2014 to ensure ease of doing business for companies who are looking to invest or expand in India. So when we had initially started discussing with the ICIMA team on our prospective report for the construction equipment sector, we realized that capital goods is a very important sector for our country, but has been largely ignored. There is not much information in the public domain also. And given the focus on infrastructure-led growth, we decided to have a detailed knowledge paper which we could present to policymakers and internal stakeholders within the Government of India to apprise them of the growth which is happening globally, growth happening in India, and steps needed to support this sector further. And we have spent over 1 year building this report in its present shape and form. In fact, given ICIMA's presence in the overall mobility space also, we decided to have ICIMA participate at Bharat Mobility Global Expo 2024. And going forward, the plan from Government of India's point of view is to have ICIMA participate at various mobility forums. So we at Invest India help companies from an investment expansion point of view. And if there are companies here who would like to work with us, happy to discuss it further. And if there are any questions on the report also, happy to take that also later. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek. Now may I request Mr. Shakti Kumar to say a few words about the PMI for the construction equipment industry that we have developed under his leadership.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ritu and Abhishek, for a wonderful presentation and explanation. The report has come out very good. And some of the key challenges which was discussed in the report, I think the panel is already addressing them. One is directly connected with the import substitution and the possibility of exporting component from India. Most of the items what she mentioned is already displayed here for the potential participant coming from automobile industry to have a look and related industry to have a look and check the possibility of making them, combining the numbers, what is projected out here for the 2030. So that is really good. Thank you very much for that, Ms. Ritu and Abhishek. And one more challenge she talked about is long-term visibility of what's happening to the industry in the paper. And panel is always interested to bring out information about the industry, especially the historical sales numbers, etc. is already done by ICIMA. But something was missing is about giving a short-term projection about the mood of the industry. So the panel deliberated on this And we decided to bring out something similar like what countries are depending on, like Purchase Manager Index. Like various nations publish this data for every month so that people can just adjust their mindset in terms of capacity building or so many recruitment and so many other issues to align with the PMI of the nation. I think India is blessed today to have one of the best numbers compared to the rest of the world. And we decided that we will experiment for our industry also. And we are not just one type of industry. Digging is one part, what we heard in the morning, but there are many other things like concreting and road making and material handling and material processing. So I would like to introduce Mr. Ranganatha Raju of Sanatana, who's done a lot of work in giving this type of projections for various industries and also industry association. And what we have come out is a PMI number for our industry, ICMA, and also for the sub-segments within ICMA. So for a detailed presentation, I will request Mr. Raju to take over and then explain how the model PMI number were arrived. And we intend to bring this regularly from ICMA side to give a visibility on what's happening and what is the mood is for the industry. Thank you very much.
Good morning, the ICMA team. Thank you for this opportunity. In Purusha Suktam, we hear this phrase, which says, Sahasra Shirusha Purushaha Sahasraksha Sahasrapa Sabhumim Vishwato Vrutva Atyadishta Dashangulam. That Supreme One takes thousands of hands, thousands of legs, thousands of heads. He works through countless ways and countless means. And it is here in this hall, I see that that Supreme One is working through these minds and hands in building this great nation. My humble and prayerful pranams to each one of those instruments. Now regarding the ICMA CE PMI survey done by Sanatana Analytics, can we have the presentation? Yes. Just few words about Sanatana Analytics. I come from this company called Sanatana Analytics. We started this unique company in 2017 in my small hometown called Belampalli. I was earlier heading the economic research of TVS Group. I was with Venu Srinivasan as his executive assistant. And three of us, three brothers and our wives, we wanted to contribute to our hometown. We wanted to generate employment in our hometown. We wanted to pay back to the society that built us. And this is our form of expression of that gratitude. In 2017, we started this company called Sanatana Analytics. We are into three verticals, which is recruitment, economic research, and retail. And why is this? There's a specific reason as to why we got into these three verticals. One is our past experience. I was in the economic research, so I could do this. My brothers were in recruitment and retail. But another important reason was Belampalli is a very small town, which is hardly 50,000 population. It's a semi-urban, just bordering on the rural side of definitions. So we had three sets of people who are low skilled, who did not know anything else, but they can lift weights, they can transfer, they can drive. So we kind of developed an app which is a mixture of something like a Big Basket, Amazon, and Zomato for all the 200 villages around Belampalli. And we recruited those low-skilled people in retail. And semi-skilled people, we got them into recruitment. We are working with 56 recruiters with 45 companies across India, doing quite a good business there. We were ranked one of the top 10 recruitment companies in India in 2022. And for little more high-skilled people, we have economic research where we work with associations like SIAM, ACMA, Atma, and various other automobile industries. This economic research is mainly focused on automobile forecasting. It is about about tracking 3,000 odd variables on a monthly basis, and then we develop unique indices for the industry, which our clients use extensively. Now, the mission of our economic research, as I've given, is to collate, classify, collect, create, and analyze. We want to be the best automobile research agency in India with a people of incredible nobodies. Now, this is our short snippet of what Sanatana is. We started this in 2017 with 6, that is 3 brothers and our 3 wives. And now today we have grown to 100 team. During this journey, we have made a bit of difference to some lives. My finance manager is an ex-two-wheeler mechanic. My business development manager, she was a widow of 28 years. Her husband hung himself. She had nobody, just 2 kids to support, and she had nothing else but to sell her skin. So we recruited her. She did not have a word in English. Today, she is getting business for us across the world. And we have, sure, yes. So, and we have such stories for each of these people across our company. And this is, in last 2 years, government has taken recognition of what we are doing, and this is the snippets that where government has passed a special resolution appreciating the work that we do. Now, there's a brief about Sanatana and regarding the work that we have done right now. This is about the PMI index. ICMA has commissioned Sanatana to undertake PMI index. And what is PMI index is nothing but a purchasing manager index, which was popularized by IHS, and now it is owned by S&P. And what is the beauty of this PMI index? It integrates various segments and components to provide a holistic view of the industry. Now, why did ICMA choose to do PMI and not something else? Because PMI converges a lot of indicators that are not visible to naked eye. And because it converges information that is lost in details, it acts as an early indicator. Then second is it aids as a strategic, because it is an early indicator, it aids in a lot of strategic planning if it is implemented properly. Third, it reflects deeper market dynamics. Why? Because it covers 6 components and 5 industry segments. And fourth is comprehensive industry representation because of its coverage. Now, in this survey, we have taken 20 companies were surveyed across 5 industry segments of the construction equipment industry. Now, what was the methodology that we used? It was an online survey that was sent to these 20 companies to respond on 6 questions, very simple questions. It is related to new orders. I'll show you in the next slide. It is related to 6 components. And based on their responses, a diffusion index. Diffusion index is nothing but if there are 10 people, if there are 100 people in this room, if I ask how many people are feeling cold, and 10 people say 10 of us feeling cold, then it is 10 by 100, which is 10% or 10. So 10 people, we can say it PMI cold index. So it is diffusion index is that. And there are 6 subcomponents. Subcomponents are regarding new orders, output, workforce, supply delivery time, inventory of stocks and prices. And formula is very simple. How many people have said up, or how many people have said that compared to last month their business has increased in these 6 components, and calculate an index using that number. And what are the weightages that we have given? The weightages for the components is very similar. The weightage for the segments is very similar to their market share, that is 70% for earth moving equipment, 12% concrete, 12% metal handling, 4% road equipment, and 2% metal processing. And the weightage that is given for the subcomponents is 25% for new orders, 20% for output, 20% for workforce, 15% for supply delivery time, 10% for inventory, and 10% for prices. Now, using this is the result that we have derived. So the total PMI of IC industry stands at 62, which means out of 100 people, 62 people feel that compared to last month, their business has expanded, which means that the entire ICMA industry or entire CE industry is in expansionary mode. Now, if you look at the segment-wise, we see that the road construction PMI is at 78, indicating an extensive vigor in the activity. Then comes material handling, and the laggard is earth moving equipment with 58 PMI score. Now, if you go to subcomponents of PMI, we have So essentially this PMI is driven majorly by the output. So output of most of the respondents has increased compared to last month, that's 78%. Then comes new orders. After that comes employment and supply delivery time. It is only inventory which is actually below 50, which means there is a deflation. It is in the contraction phase. And what are the key results? If I have to summarize them briefly, one key results is this. Across segments and components, there is expansion in ICMA association members, or rather the entire CE industry is in expansionary mode. Second, it is not a simple one sector-led expansion. No, it is a broad-based. We see all the 100% of segments and 84% of subcomponents in expansionary mode. Third, there appears to be a very beautiful sequential expansion. If you look at the PMI scores, you see that road construction is actually having the highest. And then the two major inputs, that is material handling and concrete equipment, they kind of have a similar PMI numbers, which means these two as acting as major inputs are driving the road construction segment. And another important point is this expansion would continue. Why would it continue? Because we see that the output is very high and the new orders is also very high. And new orders would translate into output in coming months. And third, the growth in output is far higher than the growth in employment, which means this expansion is led by productivity expansion and not by other factors. And last is because the output is high, new orders are high, but inventory is a bit low. So probably some of the price levels can be expected to rise in coming months. This is briefly the PMI index that we have done. Thank you.
I think we are quite happy with the sample study. Once it starts covering the entire spectrum of membership, I think you will have more accurate information about the subsegments and also about the industry. On the ICRA study released, I think one point got missed out where we would like to acknowledge the effort put by Off-Highway Research. Mr. Samir Bansal and team, thank you very much for giving the global perspective part of the presentation from your organization. We appreciate that. Thank you very much for that.
Begin with our next session, which is Technology and People, Transforming the Future of CE Manufacturing.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So this is the first panel session for the day. Before we get into the specifics, I thought it would be good to get some context. If I have to just reflect back, right, and this is more at the global level, the last decade for all of us has really created what I would call as increased levels of disruption. We know the pandemic, there's a lot of trade barriers, discussion that's going on, logistic disruptions, and all that has done has just put increased levels of pressure on businesses to relook at the supply chain. But even as I stand today, and if I have to say, hey, what are the trends in supply chain, it's not different. Right? Uncertainty continues to exist at the global level, right? If, one of the things that I just saw recently is more than half of the global population is going to polls or elections in 2024, right? Indonesia just happened. India is going to polls. US is in November. You got Belgium. You got a lot of countries in Africa. And when nations go on polls, right, there's some uncertainty that happens. You also have the geopolitics that's creating trade barriers. Discussions are ongoing in many, many places of the world. So there's uncertainty, but also there's an opportunity for India, for example, right? As OEMs are looking at a China Plus One strategy, it's an opportunity for India to capitalize on that, the trend. Digitalization, right? I think one of the themes that we're going to touch base on right now is just the technology. We have seen a rapid increase as consumers in e-commerce, retail, but data is all coming into manufacturing environment. We're talking about AI, ML, and we'll touch upon some today. in the panel today. And then the last one I would say is sustainability, which I think, again, we talked about. Governments, are mandating around the world sustainability, but even I've seen personally, customers in Europe are asking suppliers to demonstrate ESG goals and initiatives towards that, right? So again, it's such an important thing in supply chain trend. So if you put all that in the context and overlay on the top of it, just the aspiration for us, to get to the 25 billion by 2030 and to be the second largest market segment, this topic is very, very apt, right? Technology and people, transformation of the future of the CE manufacturing. So I'm really, really glad to moderate the session, but as you can see, there's a really diverse panelist members, from a cross-section of OEMs, component suppliers, technology solution providers, and academics that all are going to provide valuable insights for today. I'm looking forward to learning a lot, and I'm sure you'll find this enjoyable too. With that, I want to get into some specific questions here. Let me start with the Industry 4, right? A lot of talk about Industry 4 that we hear. And there's been a lot of attention on the Industry 4 across manufacturing sectors. Really wanted to get your perspective from the panel members, right? What has been your experience in this respect and the value that you have reaped from the same? And it'll be nice to get really some specific examples as you share your insights. And I want to just start this with Vivek. Do you want to give your insights?
Thanks, for picking me. First is always a tough one. But I think we did talk a little bit about the technology, what we want to embrace as part of the products, which is going to really just improve the safety, productivity, and efficiency and sustainability, to say so. And I think the manufacturing process that is associated with getting the product is no different than that. And if you want to really just make sure that we want to actually just drive that amount of competitiveness, it's actually not a nice to have when it comes to embracing technology. It's actually a must have. And I would say what really just technology brings to the table is actually the connectivity, because all the processes are not actually independent of each other. All the processes are actually dependent on each other. And if you were to really just not look at process as a standalone thing, but actually as a steps connected end to end, actually the connectivity makes a lot of sense. And what we have personally seen is the kind of connectivity and then the real-time visibility, what it actually brings to the table is something which actually helps us to really see where we have the biggest opportunities for driving efficiency, which will eventually have a biggest bearing on competitiveness. And I think that's one side of it. The second one is, if you were to really look at the people side of it, we always see as an industry that we have a gap on the skilling side of it, and some of the technology is a solution to really address the skill gap. And obviously the technology actually helps us to do a little bit of a de-skilling. I know we need to have a different level of skill set, but obviously de-skilling of skilling is also enabled through technology, and by virtue of which we get to mitigate some amount of skill gaps what we have with the workforce through actually technology. So I think it helps in two ways. One is to really address the skill gap of the people who we need to run the process. Another one is to really just make sure that it actually helps us to get a lot more connected and then drive efficiency and then become more competitive.
Oh, thanks, Vivek. Anything else, Amol or Sailabh, you want to add?
Sure. Thank you, ICMA, for this opportunity, and Sitaram for putting this together, right? Like Vivek mentioned, digitalization is absolute imperative when it comes to manufacturing competitiveness. And I'm going to give a definition from John Deere or Wittgen perspective of digitalization is of digitize, connect, and optimize. So it's not about just connecting things, but optimizing things. And we have defined this through our manufacturing tech stack at John Deere, and which we are applying it at Wittgen, where we at the bottom is hardware, software, connectivity, data, and then the data analytics on top of it. We are utilizing a manufacturing tech stack. Basically, there are 2-3 foundations, which is manufacturing execution system, which is homegrown, and then we have warehouse management system on the supply chain side to make it real time. Like Vivek mentioned, we are utilizing it for safety, quality, delivery purposes. On safety, just a couple of examples. all our safety forklifts have IoT solutions on reducing the speed where it is required at the heavy traffic zones. On quality, we are using AI ML camera to make sure, even on our compactor line, we have a camera system to detect, we don't need inspectors, but a camera to detect it. On the delivery portion, we have it OEE, which is a real time for the factory, and optimizing it. Now let me talk about value. Sitaram, you mentioned about value. We are trying to put a value of anywhere, so yearly we have a goal to put about $0.2 million out from our books, right? And if not more in John Deere. And we have a small team to really do it. And these are new incomers with good knowledge. And we're building that capability in-house. Of course, working along with the technology partners. Thank you.
No, thanks. I think you want to add?
Yeah, just to give a slightly different perspective is to take a step back and understand what is Industry 4 and why are we doing it? I mean, what's the problem that we are trying to solve? And at the end of the day, if you really break it down into a very simplistic way, we are trying to do more with less, right? We have seen Indian construction equipment grow significantly over the years. The factory footprint hasn't grown as much, but the production has. Now, how do you achieve that more with whatever resources you have? So that's where Industry 4 comes in play in terms of increasing the productivity at the shop floor. And digitalization, connectivity is the enabler for that. While doing that, we also need to ensure that there is a workplace safety which is maintained, because we just don't want to simply crank the engine without ensuring safety for the workmen. And that's where, again, Industry 4 comes in play in terms of workplace safety. How do you ensure, for example, in one of our CNH plants, we have virtual reality enabled safety module or safety mats. So unless the workman is not standing at the safety mat, the machine won't start, or he can't run his torquing operation, things like that. Small things. And then the third aspect is skilling of people. How do you skill people in this new age while maintaining higher productivity? So in terms of connectivity, digitalization, and upskilling, which is linked, which will enable them to get more with less. So that's the problem that we are trying to solve with Industry 4.
No, thanks. That's been helpful. I won't be doing justice if we don't talk about AI, right, as we're talking about technology. And this particular area of technology has really moved fast, from what I call as from deliberation to deployment phase. And clearly we see that the power to unlock the potential on the data has really made a big difference in various aspects, be it production planning, inventory, helping in the efficiency, bottom line. I think the question I've really got is what are the challenges in maximizing its potential and getting to grips of where and best to use it? And I really want our technology solution providers, I'm going to start this with Ashwani first.
No, for sure. Thank you very much. And like Amol said, thank you, ICIMA. I think it's a brilliant concept of getting all of you under one roof. I was there in the first one. I see more people now, so congratulations to you. And for those of you who do not know Dr. Jha is a professor in IIT. We met outside. Now, I need to be careful with my answer because he can give me a project afterward, and then he'll say, deliver it on time. So, on the AI front, I think one important thing you picked up, all of you picked up, is real-time data analytics. We talked about it. AI has been coming to the forefront. If you look at SAP, we have announced our partnership with Microsoft, and we are doing a lot of use cases on the generative AI. One thing we are saying at the point that real-time analytics has to be there, but if I ask you, and you talked about inventory, if I ask you today, you would have a set of suppliers who are supplying materials back to you, and they carry inventory for you. We call vendor managed inventory. And they would always charge a percentage on their sourcing price back to you. But have you ever seen this inventory? Because the supplier is 2,000 kilometers away from you. So what kind of real-time analytics do you have to check on the vendor-managed inventory? because it costs you. Or let me ask you a question. Now, since you talked about AI as well, is your system powerful enough to tell you if you're spending 100 rupees in your company as of today, how much of that is going to MSMEs? Or for that matter, we talk about sustainability. You started your topic with that. A material comes from country X via vendor Y. But do you know the genealogy of that particular material? Maybe that material is coming from, let's say, country Z, but the country of origin is not known to you. So are you doing ethical sourcing? And that's the question that would come back to you. If you don't have answers to these, let me tell you, we at SAP have delivered around 90 odd AI-enabled use cases back to the customers who have deployed it, and they have answers to the pointers which I'm telling you right now. Or on AI, one more thing, which probably you would always delve with is, let us say I have 50,000 resumes in my company, and all I need a person who can actually run an excavator or probably a backhoe loader as well. You would go back to your HR or the person who's looking into, let's say, contingent labor and say, can you find me one operator who can do that? The knee-jerk reaction is we would post that, people would apply, we would go to an agency would tell me, but what about the 50,000 CVs lying with you? Maybe there's a person who has worked in your company 10 times, but I do not know it. So on the click of a button, can I do some resume stacking and resume matching? And in 5 seconds, the system can actually tell me there are 5 CVs, which are your top priority as per the job description liked by you. And therefore, that's going to help you become more efficient. And I think this is what the other panelists were talking about. So AI, digital, I think it has taken a giant leap. And we have delivered those use cases. And I think this is something we should look into, how AI can power your digitalization effort. That's how I'm going to put it.
No, thanks.
I just need to add something. I was not aware I'm sitting next to SAP guy. So SAP, again, Ashwini mentioned specific use case last year. Every buyer has started putting very high safety stock inside our factory because of what's happening on global supply chain. If you have data into SAP, there's a very nice tool in SAP that we have developed called as Safety Stock Optimizer or Recommender. And that requires a lot of data, by the way. It does not happen generative. But SAP has a very unique tool. And by the way, by using this, we are able to optimize 4 to 5 days on a hand inventory just in 1 year, right? So there's a power of data and there's a power of an optimizer running over it. Now, the thing is, the SAP is recommending you a safety stock. Someone has to also accept it as a buyer, right? So it has started working, and that's a very good tool of AI being utilized in the industry on safety stock optimization.
Good. No, thanks. Sriram, any views from your end?
Yeah, sure. So maybe I'll extend from where Ashwini picked up. So typically, if we look at our own personal lives, I think we see more of AI and we use a lot of AI. So if I ask you the question in any major metro, that how much time would it take from, let's say, your home to the airport? And your answer will be, well, it depends on the time of the day. And we are typically using maps to understand how much time it is going to take. Now, what it shows is it's not just a simple function of distance versus speed, but there are many variables which come in. And as we move into, using all of these variables which will impact some outcome, that is where earlier we used to have what we call as an intelligent operator or an experienced operator who would be able to look at various parameters and give a judgment. We are trying to digitize or use digital to get to these things. And on the AI part, I see 2 things on the manufacturing floor if I go into that area. One is, investors or company owners, they are looking at what's been proven or what could be done for, we are in a CE conference, so maybe picking up from that, ensuring that my equipment asset outcome is maximized, productivity part of it. There could be some productized versions to do that. The other aspect is where there are specific use cases that someone wants to solve, and that's where you're looking at a custom way of applying or finding out whether AI or ML can help. And what I would say, Sita, is today technology is quite proven, and I guess it is up to us to see where it can be applied, qualification of the use case to be moving forward with that.
Oh, thanks. And maybe Sumit, you want to, I know you, in the launch you were talking about, experiences on AI being used today globally in your own organization. Do you want to share some?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of use cases, I would say we are moving from a stage of, prognostic to guidance. So, for example, if a truck, comes into the shop floor, we know that, okay, what is the intervention that is required? So, I think that is helping us. Plus, also, when we are picking up a lot of data, and then when we are able to, if we have to, for example, run a campaign for improvement of a certain duty cycle, we are able to do it over the air. So I think the technology is helping us to become more smarter and also, make our customers, adding value to their overall business. So yes, in aftermarket, and we are seeing a lot of, bringing up advantage to our end users.
Okay, thanks. Samarth Udyog, has been a great initiative of the Ministry of Heavy Industries to enhance manufacturing capability and competitiveness of the capital goods industry. And Smart Manufacturing Demo and Development Cell at CMTI and the Foundation for Smart Manufacturing at IIT Delhi have been set up as common engineering facility centers under this initiative. Really, really good initiative. Please share how these facilities are supporting the industry for implementation of smart manufacturing concepts. And I would want to address this first to Dr. Sunil.
Thanks, ICMA, for this opportunity. I wish to share the kind of initiative that Ministry has taken almost 6 years back. And along with CMTI, we set up a center for smart manufacturing. The good thing is that because in academics, we have a luxury of a time to learn as compared to the industry. So because there are a lot of technologies we are talking about in Industry 4, it's very difficult to absorb all of them coming to you and understand how to implement them. Not many resources were available during, I think, last 5-6 years. I saw a lot of development and changes happen in last 6 years. This facility has been created with a state-of-art industrial hardware. Good thing is that on all of the technologies, we are free to do experimentation and learn. And with this learning, we will be now ready to share with the industry. So this facility is available for industry to come and experience all the technologies, how they are working in action. And moreover, we will be also, we are also enabling people from industry to come and get trained. And our emphasis is more on implementation. That's a very important aspect because in the conferences and the other events, we capture what to be done. But how to be done can be very well understood when we go through a structured training and do the hands-on learning. And this platform is a very nice platform to learn. And we are ready to share all the experience that we get in last 6 years. So I look forward for all of you to visit IIT Delhi and experience the facility. Thank you, sir.
Thanks. And I think, you want to add?
If I may just add, so I would say that IIT and Dr. Jha's team, they are standing out as really, a trusted advisor. And typically, if you're looking at companies who are evaluating different technologies and use cases, I guess this is a platform which has been created, which is very robust, which has all the 3 levers. There is industry, there is OEM suppliers, etc., and there's government. And a very unique, very well-run initiative. So having been seeing this grow, I thought I should just chip in and appreciate the work that goes on and re-emphasize on the trusted advisor part of it.
Yeah, thanks. Now I just want to just build upon that previous discussion there. MSME is very critical to achieving our aspiration to be the second largest market in the world. And I know CMTI is enabling technology percolation in SME sector, right, through the initiatives being taken. What do you see as the major challenges to be resolved for the MSME sector in accessing and utilizing the latest technologies? And I want to ask Dr. Naga Hanumaya to answer that.
Thank you, Asima, for having me here. My colleague already, Sunil Jha, has mentioned, so Ministry of Heavy Industry established 6 such centers, Summit Center, one at IIT Delhi, and one at CMTI, one at IASC, and one at C4I4 at Pune, and one at IIT Kharagpur. Each center has different focus, but at the same time similar focus. The idea is to handhold the MSME for implementation of advanced technology like Industry 4. I think already my fellow colleagues spoken about Industry 4, but in a layman language, Industry 4 is not a technology, it is just a concept. It emphasizes to understand what you do based on the data, real data acquired from the source, and digitize, share, do analytics that predicts so that it may be autonomous decision making or plans to investment or to automate the production process. While doing this, essentially we address challenges related to 4 P's. The one challenge related to product design, second is to process design, third is the people, and fourth is the production. We, at least our center at CMTI, we are being an applied research institute. We closely work with an industry. We are primarily, even today, of course, since inception, machine design, machine building. The machines which are not developed in the country, so that is what we develop. Over 62 years, we built 500 such machines for various sectors. And Industry 4, what we do is, basically we focused on process. Why process? ICT, there are a lot of developments happen. If you want to have a trend, even a lot of trends could be generated with simple your Excel. But understanding the process is the basic challenge. So for example, I will tell you, because I'm not the construction machinery background, but at least for a mechanical engineers, if your target is to achieve specific surface finish by turning operation, operator has only 3.5 options, 3.5 features, which are under his controllable. But if a mechanical engineer you go on list on, there must be around 10 parameters which attributes. The question is how to control this effect of these 10 parameters to achieve one desired value. So which was happening, as my colleague said, there is somebody skilled operator or a skilled expert. In the company, somebody so-called Sharma, Mishra, somebody, always knock at his door if anything went wrong. So then he himself will say simple, like, okay, you just change the centroid of your tool head, right? So as simple that solution. So now it is fully human dependent. So now people are trying to understand the process and make it autonomous. So where that AI and all these intelligent tools helps now, that is one. And second part is, if you come to the machine, so machines are no longer, it is a mechanical machines, is electromechanical systems. So a lot of intelligence need to be built in. So if machine enables and can able to speak to the next machine. I will give you simple, we all know, no matter what your drawing is perfect, tolerancing is perfect, ultimately in the shop floor happens you got. That means hole becomes enlarged, so that instruction has to go to the machine which makes shaft, so that it can make. So whether this kind of automation can be implemented at the shop floor. So whether this changes in the previous operation can be communicated to the next, and automatically without the notice the program gets automated, changed, so that that corrections could be rectified. I think that is what expected at the process automation in the fab flow.
Yeah, and I just want to have a follow-up is I don't know if the OEMs here on the stage, where do you think are the MSMEs in terms of capabilities, and what are the gaps, and how do we get them the access to those capabilities?
So, Doctor, I should agree with you. Government are investing in labs, and he did mention one example of I4 lab in Pune. And I will give you one example from Pune. We wanted Vidgan to get a new wiring harness supplier onboarded in Pune, and as well as to export the component globally. And then when I visited this supplier about 4 months back, I saw an augmented reality board, all the OMSs through augmented reality, and even the testing of wiring harness is through augmented reality. So if we sometimes believe that OEM is leading the path, but you might be surprised that your vendor might be leading the path. And then I was curious to know, where has he picked up this technology? He has picked up this technology from that lab from Pune. So whatever government has put in this lab of digital capability centers is also helping this MSME to accelerate technology adoption and creating impact on the quality.
Okay, now, thanks. You know, with ICAT here on the stage, I mean, is the forefront of new technology testing and approval cycles, including ratification of newer standards. How do you see the maturity of these technologies for volume deployment in the field? Saurabh?
Thanks, Sitaram, and thanks, ICIMA. I think to begin with, truth be told that I am not a manufacturing person. I am more of a technology person, and my relationship with ICIMA, I've been in ICIMA earlier, and I think I've worked with other associations as well in my past 30 plus years of experience in the private industry. ICIMA is one of the organizations which has always been proactive in the whole game, and I can see it here exactly because none of the other associations have ever done such a session so clearly, you know, depicting and trying to address the challenge. So must congratulate ICIMA and the team for organizing this very proactively and very timely, I think. Apart from this, in terms of technology, well, I think there are a lot of regulations which are under formation on the electronics part, I would say. I'm making it very generic because it's n number of things within electronics. And one of them is obviously cybersecurity when it comes to standards and everything. And probably not much has been talked about cybersecurity here. Well, when we talk about Industry 4.0, we are talking the integration of the complete ERP system and the supply chain and many more dimensions to it. So imagine a tier 1 component is produced and then it gets connected to the logistics, to the ship, to the warehouse, to the manufacturing setup again. The robots know what has to be produced out of this which has been just lined in, and therefore you get a final product. But then who guarantees the consistency of manufacturing? And this is where we are talking Industry 4.0, where everything is accurate, everything is fully not only automated but standardized, and finally you get the product. So when we start to do all this as a complete integrated and let's say a collaborative process, there are a lot of standards that we will need to apply, which will kind of control or regulate the manufacturing products consistency. So standards are being made over here, and in the days to come, for sure, you will start to hear these standards, which will be around this concept of Industry 4.0. So I think I hope that answers your question to an extent.
No, thank you. You know, I think we've heard a lot on the Industry 4 and other things, and I want to just shift more to a question is where, you know, the Industry 4 constitutes a paradigm shift from, you know, optimizing physical assets, which we've been used to doing over multiple years, to optimizing how data and information are leveraged along the product life cycle. You know, what guidance would you give to manufacturers in managing the shift successfully? Because it's a shift. It's a shift in the mindset. It's a shift in how you want to look at optimizing things. So I don't know. Ashwini, you want to take that?
Okay. Yeah. No, I think that's a very valid question. The human touch, so to say, or let's say even on the assets, if you look at it, that is how it has been, you know, forever, till I would say COVID did hit us. And I think that was a wake-up call probably to mankind to say, if you don't get to see people or see assets, how are you going to manage them? So on that note, I would say if we talk about physical assets, and I literally take assets as assets, if at all. Let me ask you a question, and because you are into the equipment manufacturing business, and that's a very, very difficult thing of your own assets. For that matter, the machines which you are purchasing from the manufacturers, do you talk about machine building as such in the form of digital cloning? So what I essentially mean is, do you have a live collaboration tool between your operator, between your agency, which is helping you to build a machine, between the people who are actually producing, or let's say purchasing those parts, and finally an OEM who is actually delivering it to you? Now that's what we call it as asset intelligence network at SAP. So what it essentially does is, in the live scenario, it will help you collaborate very effectively between these sets of people, even outside agencies. And why I'm talking about this is because this is data. This is data in the form of producing a machine altogether. And that is what is going to change the face of machine building forever. Or if you're talking about purchasing those particular items, and if you don't have a tool around direct material sourcing, which is probably connected back with your PLM, product lifecycle management tool, which is essentially getting all your sub-assemblies and assemblies back into the system, and that's where you can start doing your sourcing or contract management activities. Again, that is data, which is very difficult, and you can't produce it just like that. And therefore, the system or the technology needs to be capable enough to actually provide that back to you. My last point would be, somebody talked about quality, I believe. And I'm happy to tell you, we have a customer, an electric two-wheeler manufacturer in the country. I met the founder, and the founder said, 3 seconds, the scooter has to be manufactured, and it should be out of my facility. Now, when I talk about this, and somebody talked about trucks lying, standing outside my shop floor, you can't afford that. What that means is, essentially, everything is just in time, everything is shipped to line, and everything is quality checked before getting into your system altogether. If that needs to happen, the real-time collaboration needs to take place between you and your suppliers, at least your top A-class suppliers, which is 80% of your components, essentially. When that happens, you can actually vision to make another reality come true for you. If you're manufacturing in X days, you can probably manufacture in X minus Y days. And that's where somebody also raised a point. The factory's footprint has not grown, but of course the productivity has gone up. So think around that. This is data. We can process the data and tell you a lot of things coming out of it. And that's where I would say things are going to change between data and assets, or probably physical and digital.
Good. Thanks. I think it'll be a mess if we don't talk about people and talents. I'm just going to go to my next question there. As we're moving towards higher adoption of smart manufacturing technologies and enhanced levels of automation, the skill requirements and operations are also changing rapidly. Kindly share your views on how the CE industry has been evolving to address this requirement, and also working towards attracting the right talent to the industry in general. And I would like, Sharab to address that, given you're also the convener for the ICMR Human Capital Panel.
Thank you. People is the human intelligence, not artificial intelligence, and we need that as much as we need artificial intelligence. And there is a gap there. If you look at engineering colleges today, or typical regular graduate colleges, and you ask people, where do you want to work after you graduate? Probably software would be the first answer, or electronics eventually. It's basically a shift of, in a way, India's GDP in the last decade or so towards servitization. And all service-oriented industries have attracted more talent. Now, as we are experiencing this shift towards newer technologies in the CE sector, in the CE space, we are feeling collectively as an industry a shortfall of talent in various aspects. So As ICEMA, we have now started a human capital panel where we are trying to address this supply-demand gap of people. The human capital panel has been constituted through the members of ICEMA, and we have sub-categorized it into 4 sub-panels which are trying to address this gap. The first sub-panel is talent attraction. How do you outreach to various engineering colleges, to various diploma engineering colleges, technical institutes for attracting talent? Second is the maturity of human resource management as a function inside the organizations. Because we are not only competing against each other, we are competing against different industries. So from a human resource management point of view, we need to be at the benchmark of the best in the industry, not necessarily related to CE industry. The third is how do you build in more diversity and inclusion? There is a large section of the society which we are leaving out. And I'm talking mostly about women at this point in time. But then also within the organization, we are seeing intergenerational divide. So there are people who are late 50s working in CE industry, and the youngsters who are coming in early 20s, the mindsets do not match. And that's another kind of diversity which we are trying to solve through brainstorming. And again, like I said, integrating more women in the workforce. So these are different ways in which we are trying to address the skill gap. It is still in the infancy, but we are trying to take very rapid and giant steps in an outreach activity to various OEMs, to various educational institutes, in trying to increase the attractiveness of CE industry.
Good. Anybody else wants to add?
Just to add on to what Shalabh said, I think the Human Capital Panel has done a terrific job on outlining what we as an industry need to do. At a high level, I think what Shalabh talked about is we need to do a significant amount of sectoral branding, because there is a stigma attached to the industry. And if I were to really just recall what I typically hear about what people perceive our industry to be, right, it's a tough industry to work with. It's actually a dirty job to get associated with, and it's actually not a technologically advanced, high-profile job. And I think all are typically myths, and if you were to really look at the construction equipment industry, it's probably the most technologically advanced industry if you were to really look at the equipments, what we actually offer to the customers. And it actually has got the high profile of jobs to be done. And we can talk about autonomy and connectivity in many of those automotive, the fancy sectors, and they were actually lagging behind. And if you were to look at some of the equipments which are associated with the construction equipment industry, it's actually in a very advanced state. So I think what is the first thing what we all need to do as a collective industry is to actually do a sectoral branding in a way that we actually position ourselves to be much more attractive than what we used to be. So that's number one, because we do have a good amount of skilled talents, but it's been attracted by different industry like what Shalabh said, and I think that's a low-hanging fruit to say so. That's the number one thing. And the second thing is, if you were to really look at the skill gap, how do we really just partner with those academia? Because I think there is always a disconnect when it comes to what the industry wants versus what the academia has got to offer, and how do we really just enhance our networking and collaboration with academia, just like the IITs and some of the premier institutions. So I think that is another thing where we have a significant amount of opportunities, and if we can really just get to do these two, both one is the sectoral branding, another one is the extensive collaboration with the academia, I think we can definitely bridge the gap in the shortest possible time.
No, thank you. I really want to look at saying, hey, what else could we do, right? So the question morally posed is, what incentives or interventions from the government can help in faster adoption of technology in our CE industry? And I'm going to, make it open to anybody who wants to share.
Can I? Well, I think this is a very important question, and I just want to take you back maybe about 10 or 15 years back. When you start to create data, and when you start to create technology, when you start to have any innovation, the good thing is that we start to love it because it's something new, it's something probably low cost and very useful and very new to our lifestyle. Imagine the polythene bags. I hope everybody remembers when they started in 1970s. It was a wonderful thing. It was a great thing, in fact. And to be honest, we used to be glad, everything comes in one pack and it looks very nice and it's very neat and clean. And look at what we are talking about, polythenes today. So things are made available, all it needs is a lot of discipline. And if we all are disciplined, it's fine, but usually all of us have a different level of being disciplined. And this is where governance gets into it, and then the rest of the story. Imagine a situation wherein we could have started a proper governance for the social media, which globally we probably all of us missed. And today it's creating all sorts of controversies and all sorts of usefulness as well. Now, the million-dollar question over here is, where does all the data sit? Does it sit in India or outside? And if it sits in India, it's fine. Who's controlling it? Who's controlling the pilferage of it? And n number of questions. And why are we asking these questions is primarily because if we don't do it, probably we'll miss the bus again, as we missed in the case of polythenes or Twitters and Facebooks and WhatsApps. So it's a very important piece of question that you start to have a control. You know that the idea has come, you know the technology has come, and usually the innovation leads, regulations follow, and there is always a delta period of time. But then very important is that we have a clear discipline and a clear compliance. And we are talking about, we as ICAT as an organization, we are fully aware of this, where is the data going to sit and who's going to use it, because data is going to be, after 10 years, we will be talking about who's got how much data, not who's got how much money and who's got what kind of business. So this governance and this control, we are already in touch with some ministries on this, and we are leading this for the product as such. Because there are a lot of things happening on the ECU front on the product. I'm just giving you an analogy. It's got no relation with this, but you can connect if you can. So vehicles meeting BS6, great, very well done. We bypassed one of the emission norm called BS5, and then we jumped to BS6 as a country. It was great. But then somebody, imagine, over the FOTA technology, flashes it back to BS4, because he or she is, or the manufacturer gets a better fuel consumption and better drivability or whatever. Now this is where such governances would be required. And I think this is a very important piece which we must address, we must talk, and we must engage with the governments to take this forward. We as ICAT have already started to engage with the governments. We know it began with Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, when you talk about automotive. Then we also know that in order to enhance the industrialization, Ministry of Heavy Industries cropped in. The next one is going to be MITI. And after 10 years, it's going to be Ministry of Urban Affairs, because smart cities and smart concepts are going to come. Everything will get along together. But then we have to be mindful of this, that we have to be in full control.
One more, I think one more we will be.
Yeah, I know, since you talked about the incentives, I know we talked a lot about the PLI, especially because obviously everybody knows what is so unique about the sector, what we all represent. It's a high variety, low volume, and capital intense. And so it obviously needs some amount of initial thrust from the government to really make sure that we are able to actually just build that capacity and capability to actually get prepared for the future. So definitely PLI is one of the aspect of it. Having said that, I know we talked about technology here, because there are some peer group of countries who are actually incentivizing technology adoption too. And I think that's another thing which we can definitely consider, because when we really talk about ICMA as an industry, it's not just about the OEs who have the bandwidth to really embrace technology. It's all about, like, the data point says typically ICMA has got like 6,500 MSMEs who are associated with the value chain. And it's equally important that as much as the OEs actually embrace technology, the MSMEs also. So it's important for us to really just come out with a policy framework which will actually incentivize not just the OE but the MSMEs to really embrace technology, so that we can collectively actually have that capability built and then make sure that we are competitive as a whole ecosystem. So I think those are two things which we can, I know one what ICMA is already working on, the other one is what ICMA should really just consider pursuing through the help of manufacturing and supply chain panel to come out with the framework of what is the kind of incentive framework which we can actually just go towards the technology adoption.
No, thanks. I know we are between lunch, right, is next, but hopefully this session has given some food for thought. And I want to open it up for some Q&As, right, if you have for the panelists. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a very delightful presentation and a discussion, and very informative. Today, every sector is open for IoT enabling and AI. It's more than a question, it's a suggestion that I would like to make to the panel. See, if you look at the tech stack, if you look at it today, almost every component that goes towards AI enabling your system is available. Right from the connectivity, sensor deployments and sensor technologies, connectivity, cloud service, processing, you can hire almost every component of it. So if you go back 10 years, this wasn't the case. So we have all the enabling technologies available which can take us to the forefront of technology and adopting it without the constraints that would face us in terms of upfront capital investment. What is missing is an idea or a knowledge as to what is the use case. And that's an area where I feel we need to focus and create a platform where the industry is able to post what they need captured, what they need assessed, analyzed, or converted into an AI platform. And I'm sure there's sufficient talent among startups as well as industry which caters to your industry as well to bring this on board. So my request to the panel is create a panel like this, create a portal like this where we can contribute by giving suggestions, white papers on how to solve real life problems using AI. Thank you.
Good, no, thanks.
That's a great suggestion. And I know we haven't got a platform like what you're suggesting, but having said that, I think the Human Capital Panel, what Shalabh is actually the convener, they have actually come out with some of the best practices, which is actually, we can call it a white paper or a test case or use cases. So they have actually come out with a platform to really just share, and then that's been actually published as part of our quarterly reports too. So I think this is definitely a good suggestion to really just take it forward and how we can actually just learn from each other. And another thing what I can think of is how to really just embrace the academia, because they already have enough of use cases and also some of the other things which they can actually share with us. So I think with that, we can definitely look at how we can actually get that going.
I'll just add, I think it's going to be a very collaborative exercise, because sometimes the user himself does not know what he wants. And when you start looking at experts who are looking at different sectors, let's say a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, passenger car, and then coming to construction equipment, and if you start having that dialogue, and maybe a platform like that, that could open up new vistas, new opportunities where you can kind of generate synergies. As an example, we're talking about a lot of inventory optimization using AI on the supply chain side. But on the demand side, if you look at most of the OEM distributors, the dealers today, they are grappling with a challenge where they have BS3 vehicles to service, they have BS4 vehicles to service, and from next year onwards, they will have BS5 vehicles to service. They need to maintain a spare part inventory, which is catering to all different three kinds of emission norms. And the margins are not increasing, they are only shrinking because it's becoming more and more competitive for them. Now, how can AI help through a modeling where based on the demand pattern, you can optimize the inventory of the distributor? It's just an example, but there are many such opportunities that exist, but most of these things will come through dialogue.
Very quick 20 seconds, if I may. SAP has something called as SAP Experience Center, okay, which is particularly designed for all of this, what you just said. You know, this is basically to tell you what is cutting edge, this is to tell you what is coming up, and this is also to sit down with you and co-innovate. You know, and we run multiple academia programs as well. If you are interested, we are happy to host you at SAP Labs is all I can say. Yeah, but wonderful suggestion. Thank you.
Yes, any other question from the...
From my side. This is Kannan from, Srinivasa Kannan from Bonfiglioli. It's a very good, interesting debate which we have gone through. Just one question from my side. I think particularly this Industry 4.0 is very glamorous as it started and it is now it is even looked up. But what is my kind of thinking? When the connecting of industries is going to take place, talking of between one system to another system to take place and then extending it to shop floor and robots are getting knowledge about what is sequentials, planning, etc. I think India is still in the nascent stage of even getting into robots working in the shop floor. Still we have a lot of manpower and many of the equipments are not automated. So in this situation, I mean, just I wanted to wonder how this Industry 4.0 is being thought about it in a kind of a transition from the current state to a state where no, it is something kind of, no, it is all interactive.
Who wants to take it? You know.
So, Mr. Kannan, what an excellent question. And so the foundation of IoT 4.0 can be only built on a lean manufacturing. You cannot optimize already a bad process. So the foundation is getting manufacturing process right, basics of lean manufacturing is implemented, and then you build IoT 4.0 on that lean manufacturing processes that we are building system. Because I've seen many factories who has built IoT over bad processes, and then they are trying to optimize it without fetching results. So the foundations of manufacturing is lean, and then you build IoT on top of that.
We'll take one last question.
Yeah. So what I observe is that the data is there, huge amount of data is there, but data is not structured. This is what is grossly missing in our any core sector industries. I would say that the sense of competitiveness is more across the industry, across the players, rather than the cooperativeness. Okay, so in order that we want to achieve kind of, you know, a futuristic situation where the data and the management of the data will really drive a robust growth tempo, would largely depend upon how we structure the data and how from the top level we basically bring a synergy to the players who are playing with the data. On the this people side, my general observation is that we are more on the degree-oriented studies, and you know, the core engineering has already taken a backseat because people want all those white-collar jobs, and which are there in the tech sector. So people in the core engineering is missing. Even me being a bit senior in mechanical engineering, I feel that today, if I want to really find a proper mechanical engineer, I don't, because the mechanical engineers are also going towards IT and all. But one thing which can really resolve the problem would be to go for a skill development. The skill development is, we are talking largely about the skill development, but in true sense, in reality, it is not happening. The more and more a very specific skill development we bring in, if we can impart the knowledge about how technology can really make the things more efficient, make the manufacturing, the production equipment, or even this construction equipment more, you know, this efficient and effective, is how we bring the operators to a level which would be a delight for them also, because they will also feel like, yeah, it's a high-skilled job. And even in the construction sector also, which people feel that it is a low-tech job, would definitely need for those sensitivity to bring a high-tech feel or a feeler to really match the growth tempo. That is what we are going to foresee in the next 2 decades.
I think I can probably pick up the data piece because we deal with it day in, day out. And there is a problem, so maybe you can pick up the people piece, you know. Now, if you look at the data, I think there is a massive problem. You said it right. There's tremendous amount of data. How do we make sense out of it? For a very simple thing, ask yourself a question, you know. A user, when he is trying to enter into the system, when he's trying to buy something, somebody will write a desktop, you know, very simple example. Somebody will write a laptop. Somebody will write a palm top. Somebody might spell it incorrect and say desktop. And somebody would say PC, you know. How do you do your category management? There's enough data now, I have. If you look at the UNSPAC way of working, you have 6 layers of classification. But how do I actually use that data? And that's where AI is going to come into picture. To his point, you know, what Sitaram also asked is, AI is going to actually make it better. The answers are there now with the data. AI can actually classify your data as quickly as possible, as probably you cannot even think of, because the solutions have been given back to the customers. Or look at category management. People stopped looking at category management. It's back onto the table because the basic concepts were quite stable for quite some time. The moment COVID hit you, there is a crisis, there is, you know, wars are going on, or for that matter, climate control, climate changes, you know. All of that is going to push you back onto the category management days. Now, once you do that, data would become even more important. And I believe somebody said data is going to be more important in the next 10 years. I can tell you it's the new goal. I don't know, people talk about it. It used to be crude, now it's going to be data. AI is going to be the method which is going to actually classify the data in no time back for you. SEBI asked you for BRSR report. That is going to become a norm in 1.5 years from now. Are you prepared for it? Can you tell me how much of carbon pollution do you do if you buy a rim of paper versus a product which is coming from, let's say, Germany or China or wheresoever it is? Can you tell me how much carbon footprint do you produce? If you do not know this, you're going to need to know that, because you're going to submit this back to SEBI, or else you're out of the mid-cap. Your share will not be on Nifty or Sensex. So it's going to become important. AI is going to be important. We have launched a product now which actually is going to tell you your carbon footprint across every transaction, what you do in your company. Every transaction. If you buy a piece of paper to a car, I will tell you how much carbon pollution you have done. And therefore, that data is again going to get powered by AI. So we have a lot of things. We need to put them into something to make sense out of it. And that's where AI is going to be very, very powerful. I would just stop, maybe people, if you want to.
No, just to add one layer on the data side, I think one thing which would potentially enable would be the interoperability of data. For customers such as you, I mean, you would have 10 kinds of equipment from 10 different OEMs. They all have telematics, but they don't talk to each other. And that's a problem. That's a practical problem. We were talking in the morning with Mr. Vinod Sharma about Android and Apple chargers becoming common, which is trying to solve that problem. And I mean, if you buy an Apple iPhone today and you have an Android and you want to transfer data, it's a mammoth task. You need to have 3 kinds of applications to just transfer the data. So interoperability of data, once those standards come in, I think that is going to really help industry and customers going forward. And AI layer as a horizontal on top of that can be an enabler. On the scaling side, there is a skill gap, of course. And again, I think through technology intervention, we can solve that. We are already solving that. Imagine India sells about 40,000 loader backhoes in a year. A loader backhoe operator operates with 2 levers. Or an excavator with a joystick. Now, if the same operator has to operate a grader, now grader has got 10 different kind of levers. It's a complicated job, and he doesn't know the head and tail of it. Now, through AI, how you can enable through some automation, some partial automation, machine learning, through which the machine guides the operator that now you need to operate this lever. Or for example, since we are sitting between you and the lunch, I saw some people dozing off. Now it is okay in this room. But if you are running a machine and you start dozing off, then it becomes a safety hazard at the site. Now the machine can tell you that you are dozing off and the machine will stop, the RPM will drop. Those are the kind of things which will help in enabling the operator to run the machine in a more productive way and in a more safe way. So those trends are coming, they are coming globally, and I'm sure that India would leapfrog. India would not go in an incremental way. We are definitely going to leapfrog like we have always done. That's going to happen.
Thank you. I think this has been an incredible session, and I want to thank the panelists for their insights. I also want to thank the audience. And I do believe that, if we have to realistically compete on the world stage, we have to take the challenges of the supply chain head on, but also be investing in the right technology, processes, tools, and people. And we can unlock the potential for many years to come and enable our journey to be not only number 2, but number 1 in the coming years. So thank you.
This session would therefore focus on the emerging equipment needs of the end-user sectors, the efforts undertaken by the CE industry to align its product offerings with the changing demand scenario, and the expected new range of machines that are likely to revolutionize the construction equipment market both in India as well as globally.
Good afternoon all. ICIMA's second CE Manufacturing Supply Chain Summit towards making Indian manufacturing future ready. We all know in the current geopolitical situation, India is at the bright spot, and infrastructure is the key for continued growth of construction equipment, playing a pivotal role, and infra and construction growth, which we all see, and we are going to discuss about it right now. We used to talk of win-win situation earlier. That's usually for the buyer and seller, but now the situation is win-win-win situation. The third win is for environment and for the society. Need of the hour is modern, agile, sustainable equipment. Our esteemed panelists are here to discuss, share views on this, to take it forward. So I will take the opportunity to introduce the panelists here. We have more than 250 years of expertise sitting in the dais. So Mr. Manish, mining expert, regional controller of mines, having experience in core mining and administration of the mines, and specifically to mine control and conservation of mineral, Mr. Manish. Mr. Sudhir Agarwal, Executive Director, Engineering Equipment, Coal India Limited, has more than 3 decades of experience in mining sector, has worked in various coal fields. He is also a member secretary of the committee, Ministry of Coal. Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj, Chief Executive, Head, CE Business, Escorts Kuboto Limited, has over 30 years of experience in construction equipment, also a profit center head, has rich experience in working with L&T, Terex, Mahindra. Mr. Chantimoy Chattopadhyay, VP, Head, SCM, GR Infra Projects, has over 28 years of experience, strategic sourcing, EPC, supply chain, management, project management, led procurement worth 8,000 crore per annum. Mr. Ankit Goyal, VP, Head Design, Engineering, Action Construction Equipment. I don't see him here. Yeah. Mr. Duraiswamy, Director Sales, Marketing, Propel Industries, also Executive Director for Indian Jute Machinery, has over 12 patents from the textile industry, 38 years of industry experience, wide exposure in textile, automotive, construction equipment. Mr. Anand Shiroi, Director, Key Accounts, Large Infra Projects, Trimble Solutions India Private Limited, has 3 decades of experience, storyteller, and leading digital construction initiatives in India, has worked with technology service providers like Autodesk, Bentley, TeleAtlas, etc. Mr. Sunil Dikshit, President Operations, Swingsetter India, has over 25 years of experience in supply chain and operations. So just to give a small introduction about me, I am PL Muthusekar, Chief Operating Officer of Hailstone. Hailstone Innovations. The innovations name itself, tell about our company. We have done a lot of innovations in terms of converting sea sand to usable sand for building. Then also from coal overburden material converted to sand. That's for circular economy. And third is from the dam mining and lake and reservoirs. So where the sediments are taken out and the aggregates are produced as well as sand is also produced. So that's about Hailstone. I also wear another hat which is related to the mining industry. Is I am a director on board with Revati Equipment Limited, which you all know in terms of drilling rigs, basically for the pilot boring operations for coal and mining. So there we have done with artificial intelligence, manless, humanless, rig, which can decide how much the drilling has to be done, and so saving in terms of the drilling and blasting costs, also more efficient. Thank you very much. Now we will go to the panel discussions. So first question goes to Mr. Sudhir Agarwal and Manish. As the industry aims to become future ready, one of the key priorities of the construction industry is to meet the future needs of the user industries, including mining, coal, roads, highways, amongst others. Therefore, it is important to understand the upcoming projects and evolving equipment needs of the user industries. In this perspective, would request you to kindly share your views on the ongoing upcoming projects and the kind of equipment that you would think needed to execute these projects. So from the perspective of the ministry, as well as from the infrastructure project development, I think that will spearhead the discussions. Thank you, Mr. Manish.
Namaskar to all. Here actually I am representing Indian Bureau of Mines, which is a statutory department or statutory wing of Ministry of Mines. And what we are interested in, we are basically providing the, not only the statute, we also ensure that the mining is done in a systematic and scientific manner and in a sustainable manner as such. So from that perspective, and as you all have seen that in the past about 8-9, since 2015 onwards, government have changed the regime as such, that is from the seamless transition from PL to prospecting license to mining lease, they have come up now with the auction of the mining leases. So what I can say is, because in the last few years what we have seen is auctions have increased. Somewhere around, if I'm not wrong, 370 odd auctions have been undertaken for the major minerals in the country. And out of that, about 280 odd belongs to the bulk minerals. Bulk minerals means, what I want to say with bulk minerals are basically limestone, bauxite, iron ore. I'm excluding coal in that because in order to put the things in the correct perspective, it is necessary to tell you one small thing. That in India, the mining industry as such is administered in, you can broadly say, 4 sectors. Basically, one is coal, which is dealt by Ministry of Coal. Another is atomic minerals, for which Department of Atomic Energy is the main stakeholder. And third is the minor minerals. These are basically the notified minerals which Government of India has entrusted to the state government. And remaining is left with the, whatever is remaining, it's all left with the Ministry of Mines itself. And Indian Bureau of Mines, being a statutory arm, it is basically, it is our duty to ensure that these mines are run in a proper way. And in that context, and I was telling you that about 300 odd mines have been auctioned in the country so far. And these, since 288 belongs to bulk minerals, so definitely the market is going to come for that. These all mines will become operational. Then secondly, where exactly the market will come? Second thing is that it will come from the mines which were not operating over the years. Government of India has undertaken various reforms in last few years and trying to operationalize all those mines. So these are basically the two factors from which we are going to get the market. And third thing where we are going to get the market is, in our country, if you go by the mines which are under the purview of Indian Bureau of Mines, about 97% of mines are the mines which are having small area. They also require excavators, they also require dumpers, trippers, but their capacity is less. So that is the third area where we want the machineries to be pumped in. And this, besides this, there is enormous pressure on us to ensure that mining is done in a sustainable way. For this purpose, what Government of India has done is, we have in our mines, we have introduced the concept of what you say, self-assessment template, where every mine has to be rated or evaluated on the basis of its performance in terms of its what they are working and how they are working. So, our thrust is basically on the green technologies as well, so that to reduce the carbon footprints. And here where we are looking for the, we are thinking that we might get new market from there. So I hope that in the coming years, with the thrust on more auctions and with the thrust on this critical minerals also, I would like to tell you one thing, that Government of India has launched first tranche of critical minerals auction, where some 45,000 crore of material is up for this purpose. And I believe that that will also create huge market, because it involves not only excavator, loader, but high-end technology as well, which includes crusher and other processing technologies, besides drilling and other things. So I think there is a huge market for Indian mining industry, and I think construction equipment manufacturers can take advantage of this. Besides being in the construction side, they can contribute a lot in the mining sector as well. And I hope in the coming years, their role is going to be increased a lot for this thing.
Thank you, Mr. Manish. I would request Mr. Sudhir Agarwal to give his views on this.
Thank you, sir. Being from Coal India, I will limit my speech to coal sector only. As we are all aware that coal is the prime source of energy, as our electricity, most of the electricity, about 75% of electricity is produced through coal. That is thermal energy, it is produced by coal. So there is the scenario is not going to change in next future also. I think up to next 10 years at least, the scenario will be same. At present, the country needs 1180 million tons for this year. The total domestic coal need is 1180 million tons of coal. And it is going to increase to about 1500 million tons in the year 2930. Coal India is the largest producer of coal and is producing about 80% of the total coal produced in India. This year, Coal India is targeting 780 million tons of coal and is aspiring to produce 1 billion ton of coal by 25-26. For this, Coal India is having 322 mines, out of which 171 mines are open cast and 138 mines are underground. We are having 13 mixed mines also. Our open cast mines are of varied capacity, ranging from 1 million ton to 60 million tons. And Coal India is using highly sophisticated, modern, agile equipments in our mines. Mostly the open cast production is dependent on shovel-dumper combination. We are using shovels of up to 42 cubic meter capacity and dumpers of up to 240 million ton cubic meter capacity, million ton capacity. The total procurement of these equipment in Coal India is in the range of 2,500 to 3,000 crores annually. The tentative list of the equipments to be procured in the next 5 years is available on Coal India website. We are giving next 5 years tentative procurement list on the website. It is available to all. And one more thing, in line with the Government of India's Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat policy, Coal India is extending all support to the manufacturers, domestic manufacturers. To facilitate our manufacturers, we have also standardized our procurement policy and divided some categories of equipments to be procured in future. I will like to tell you that Coal India will be procuring 20 cubic meter shovels and 10 to 12 cubic meter shovels and 5 to 6 cubic meter shovels, 3 category of shovels, then dumpers of 190 to 200 ton capacity, 100 ton capacity dumpers and 60 ton dumpers. These are the basic standardized equipments we are going to procure. This standardization has been done in view of facilitating the manufacturers to concentrate on manufacturing of these equipments only. There are a lot of equipments being imported. These equipments are shovels of 20 cubic meters and 10 to 12 cubic meters. Then our dumpers, 190 ton dumpers are being imported. However, some manufacturers have started their production indigenously, and we want some more manufacturers to come. And then 850 HP wheel dozers, crawler dozers we are importing. Then 460 to 500 HP wheel dozers we are exporting. Then payloaders of 10 cubic meter capacity we are exporting. Then motor graders of 500 HP we are importing. So we want some manufacturers to come and manufacture these equipments in India. And for this, I request all the esteemed manufacturers to go through our website and have a look at our tentative requirement and plan their strategies to manufacture these equipments in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You conservatively said that 10 years is the coal will stay, but the study says even 30 years, the coal will continue, and Philippines, Vietnam, in many Asian countries,
Yes.
due to the energy requirement, they are keep investing in the coal.
Definitely. By 2047, there is the coal demand will not decrease.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So I request Mr. Santimoy Chattopadhyay to give his views.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much for this platform and the opportunity given to all the panelists here. And I will talk basically from the user perspective, because I am representing a company who are very much there in the infrastructure sector. So I am representing GR Infra. Now, as you know that the infrastructural growth is going to drive the overall development of the nation, and going forward, if we look at 2030 vision of Prime Minister or even 2049 vision of the of the country. Means we want to become a self-developed country, which is having a complete infrastructure set well in tune with the global benchmark. Or rather, we would like to surpass the global benchmark to set a standard of our own. Now, in order to do so, actually, my idea is to basically, or rather this is a suggestion, or rather request to the ministry or the system bodies that the intensity at which this growth takes place, we also need to basically come up with a lot of not only high capacity equipment, but also the sustainable equipment. Now, this sustainability, high capacity are more or less quite a used words these days. But in true sense, if we look at, there are sustainability requirement. For example, the infrastructure company like us, we are now going fully ESG compliant. Now, in this ESG, what we have seen that the more carbon footprint that we can reduce, or rather the green footprint that we can increase, the investment would come. The foreign institutional investors will invest on those companies who are having a better green footprint. Now, in order to do so, the eventual question which comes up is like whether all the measures that we are doing for construction is a ESG compliant measures or not. That means the green equipment, are we using this electrical equipment more and more rather than the conventional fossil fuel driven equipment? The question is good. The answer is, as of now, not a big yes. Means still we are more dependent on the fossil fuel driven equipments. Now, when we see that the green equipment or this electrical equipment which can really give a better life cycle cost or the total cost of ownership on a longer run, a much better than the conventional equipment. But who is going to pay us? Means there has to be the schemes like incentivizing the contractors who are using more green footprint and using these technologies. We are a equipment intensive company. In GR, we are one of the, I would say, the top 3 construction company who are basically not only using the modern equipments, but also we have the relatively young fleet of equipments. That means we keep changing the equipment and adopt the new technologies which it demands for doing the construction of the roads and the highways. But we are not getting any competitive advantage in this entire scenario. We are not getting any separate treatment in the tenders that we are securing. We know the kind of pain that we are undertaking to win a contract where we are outperforming, say, 25 odd bidders and securing a contract at no extra price, no premium price, but our technology, the technology and the quality that we are serving to our customer is upmarket. My question, or rather my suggestion to the ministry would be really to promote the incentives-driven schemes that would help these quality-driven contractors to really build quality, which will be quantitative as well as qualitative, because the massive growth that we have in near future has to be met with the upmarket and the most advanced equipment, and at the same time, we need to spend for that, and government also has to spend for building the quality infrastructure. That is what my perception is, and I would believe that everybody in this room really agrees to this fact that we need to really adopt the new technology or new age technology and spend more to build quality infrastructure at a short period of time. Otherwise, the dream that we have today will continue to remain a dream, and it would take more time to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunny Boy. I think ICMA should give a big round of applause from the user industry, talking about the PLI scheme for the construction equipment. Thank you. So anybody else want to add views, please? Yeah.
As far as the incentives is concerned, as far as the mining company,
I think your mic.
As far as the incentives are concerned, I think we have done one meeting with some production companies for mining equipments. Volvo was there, I think 2-3 more companies were there. And this question came up during that discussion as well. And what the Ministry of Mines requested the industry at that point of time was just tell us where exactly this is happening and how they are doing it. Government is not adverse to anything, but at least what they want is, because IBM is basically, I told you, we are the advisory arm, but we need some data, something like that. You just provide us with all those data as far as the mining is concerned, how they are implementing. So things will be taken up in a positive spirit. That for sure I have seen in that meeting. I was along with the additional secretary in that meeting, and people have come up with this idea. And his point was very well taken. He said that you just tell us where exactly the things are happening and how they are happening. Give us some inputs so that it can be taken up further.
Because ours is the engine for the growth. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So anyone else wants to add the views from the panelists on the first question? Or we go to the next? So the next question is, in the ever-evolving needs of the user industries, how has the CE construction equipment industry responded to meet these requirements? Please share the new range of equipment that has been rolled out and how well they are meeting your needs, particularly from the OEMs. I will start with Mr. Ankit Goyal, VP Head Design Engineering Action Construction Equipment. They have rolled out the first Indian fully electric crane.
Yeah. So, good afternoon to everyone. So just to tell you from Action Construction side that, as you have heard that everybody is talking about sustainability. So Action is a, first company who has developed a fully electric crane, which is completely designed in India and developed in India. So as a company, we are very much bullish on the sustainable solutions. In addition to electric crane, we are trying to create further products on, again, the same, electric platform, so that we can cater to the future requirement. And also, as the discussion topic is how we are developing the products based, for the different kind of customer requirements. Just to tell you that in Action, we are always closely associated with the customer requirement. We have developed last few years many hybrid products, which not only helped the productivity, also able to increase the utility of the machine. We have developed a product called FV210, which is basically a combination of next generation crane plus the crawler crane. With that product, a customer not only can do the regular job of the crane, but he can also perform the piling work of crawler. So by that, it will help in getting the better return on investment and also increase the utilization of the crane. Similarly, we have launched Annex series, which is again a hybrid crane, which is a combination of a crane and an aerial work platform. Where we have installed a self-leveling man basket, so the user again can work not only the crane application, but can also work on all the man lift application. So as a company, we are always looking the solutions by which we can increase the income of the customer and always try to reduce the, enhance the return on investment. In line to that, we have developed many other products. In our company last few years, we have developed Annex 360, which was again a hybrid crane plus a combination of the rough terrain crane, which is again a low-cost solution for many customers who wanted slow operation as well as the traditional pick and carry crane. Also, just to share with everyone, we have developed India's first self-propelled aerial work platform. Prior to, we are the only Indian company who has done it. All other aerial work platforms are imported. So we have developed the straight boom and articulated boom, which is again by keeping in mind the future needs of the construction industry, where safety, productivity, and operating cost will be the key parameters. So as a company, we keep on developing the new products and trying to work on the theme of Honorable Prime Minister, Atmanirbhar Bharat, Design in India and Made in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Ankit. In fact, I have requested Mr. Shakti Kumar and ICMAR team that why don't we have a star rating for Atmanirbhar products, Indian-made products, especially in the construction industry. Like we have the star ratings for the electrical appliances. So we should have 5-star means, it is a 100% or a 90% indigenized product. So any views on this, open. Thank you.
We love to have it.
Yes, thank you. So now I request Mr. Sanjeev Bajaj to give his views.
Yeah, very good afternoon, gentlemen. So, difficult session just after the lunch, but I think very interesting topic. And people from our user side have clearly mentioned what is the requirement from the user industry. And I think I would take this opportunity to mention here that most of the manufacturing fraternity, be it OEMs or component manufacturers or the subsidiaries or MSMEs involved, I think everybody has done a great work in last few years. In construction equipment industry, when things were up and down since just before COVID and after COVID, a lot of things have changed, both in terms of the supply chain disruptions and also in terms of the cost of input cost going up and down. And now suddenly the demand going up, and therefore I think all the manufacturers are coping up with developing more capacities across. So I think a lot of good work has already been done, which is a proof of so basically our intent to run along with our user fraternity. So having said that, I think what is future? So in future, I think very clearly indicated by Mr. Manish that a lot of regulatory things in the mining, so which requires a lot of data controls. As a user, he is expecting that those regulatory controls are put in place, and somehow if manufacturers can help getting that information through the usage of the equipment, then that makes the job easier for the users. Also, Mr. Sudhir mentioned, the amount of work which is available on the table, and the future need of the productivity and higher tonnage or higher capacity machines. So, of course, manufacturers have the responsibility to respond with that capacity as well as capability to deliver those equipments, so that dependence on imports is reduced. So that, and also as Mr. Santimani told us that there is an investment for going green, and there is an investment for following stricter ESG standards. But as a within the group of competitors, as a customer, he is not getting any benefit of following certain norms, and he is being rated equally when it comes to a tender, and normally L1 takes the lead irrespective of whatever is the ESG score, for example. So, so I think these are real issues which user functions are facing today, and as manufacturers, it is our responsibility to be able to respond to these issues and these requirements. My sense is that going forward, the equipments will become more and more, on the lines of what ICIMA report also indicated in the morning, that equipments will be safer to use, they'll be much more productive, and they have to be much more productive, because you cannot just keep on producing more number of machines since the jobs are going up. You have to get more from the less, so equipments have to become more productive. And at the same time, equipments have to be also economical to use, to buy and use. So that is going to be the responsibility, according to me, so that every stakeholder has something to take away from the table. It is not that just a manufacturer or a component manufacturer is making money, or maybe one end user is having a benefit over the other. So every stakeholder, be it even the channel, the vendors, small and higher capacity vendors, everybody will have a role to play and everybody will have something to take away from the table. That's what I feel. Thank you.
Mr. Sunil Dikshit, your views? Yeah, your.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, thank you so much. What I would like to say in response to the user queries which have been generated is the construction equipment industry is ever evolving, and I would like to give a brief context about it. In last 30 years or so, the way the India has seen the rise of the construction equipment industry, the first part is addressing the current and the existing machineries where the features, the reliability, and the cost and the availability of the machines, it has attained a lot of maturity. What we used to manufacture 25, 30 years before and the same machines what we are manufacturing, there is a sea difference, and they are at par with the global standards today. So having said that, there are a lot of new requirements as iterated, and I would give some examples of it in terms of the machines which we make at Shinstader. For example, if everybody would have heard about the recent parliamentary project which came up, the new parliament building I am talking about, and they had ambitious target, ambitious timeline to set up this, and there was a need for machines to pump up that much of concrete, and we were ready to supply those machines which can pump 150 to 200 cubic meters of concrete in an hour, and we are very, very happy that we have partnered into that prestigious building of the Indian government. A few years back, there were multi-storied buildings which were 4 stories or 8 stories in the cities. But nowadays you are seeing 16, 24 stories building. And I think the way the pressure on metros is rising, this will again go up. So then we need to have products in anticipation which can pump up the concrete to that height. And we had developed those products which are not only like, for example, a product which is named 36, SPP36, which can pump to 36 meters. Then we had another 43 meters. We are coming up with 55 meters of the concrete pumping. So to that massive height, today the machines are available where we can pump up the concrete in a huge volume within no time. So these are the development of the machines, and they are perfectly in line with the user requirements. But at the same time, we also have to understand, while there is a need for the corporate construction companies who are providing the services and they need machines, but at the same time, we also have to focus on the not only the specific purpose machines, but also the versatile machines as well. Those machines which are very handy and can perform many tasks, one machine, many tasks. And we have lots of machines in our portfolio. For example, one machine I would say which comes up is a self-loading mixer. So this is a machine which picks up the gravel, cement, everything, puts into itself, makes a concrete, and then deliver it not only transport but it delivers. So all kinds of application is done in one machine, and that's called we call a versatile machine. And then customers are extremely benefited. They need not to invest in having different application machines. Similarly, we are also matching up with the pace of the needs, because when we transport the concrete, they are mounted on trucks, and these trucks comes from companies like Tata and Ashok Leyland and all so on. The requirement of carrying the concretes is growing much and much bigger. So a range of machines, earlier a 4 cubic meter, 5 cubic meter, 6 cubic meter kind of concrete mixer was good enough, but now they have gone up to 10 to 12 cubic meters, and we need bigger trucks. And luckily so, the automobile, these companies are coming up with higher chassis where we can club our machines and match to expectations of the customer. So this is one thing where we are getting future ready, and I'm sure every company, every construction equipment company is working out in this kind of products. So one, as I said, the increasing the reliability of the machines. Second is the new applications, new solutions. And third thing is the versatility of the machines. So in all front, the construction equipment industry is evolving. It is working hand in hand. And with the kind of application requirement it's growing up, construction equipment industry will not be a laggard in meeting up the expectations.
Yeah, I agree, Sunil. We are actually creating records, Guinness records in infrastructure projects. The pace is the key. I think the construction equipments have to, meet the pace. Thank you. So, Mr. Doraiswamy, your views.
Good afternoon. As like other industries, we at Propel, we have already manufactured EV trucks of 35 tons and 45 tons aiming the mining sector. So I can proudly say that we are the first company in India to make such kind of trucks. We have already launched it, and the trucks are performing very well. See, the trucks can work, from 8 hours to even 21 hours. Accordingly, the battery capacities can be chosen. And also these trucks, as far as safety is concerned, they are all complying to DGMS requirements, so that they are all very safe. And these trucks are all driven by electric motor, and hence, instead of there is absence of engine and clutch, gives you the advantage of maintenance. So you don't need to maintain similar to the ICE vehicle. The maintenance would drop to around 60%, 50 to 60% of the ICE vehicles. And safety-wise, as I told you, DGMS is there. And then comfort-wise, because the operator has to feel comfort. So these vehicles are all fitted with cabin, with air suspension, seat air suspension, power steering. Power steering, it works actually very efficiently from even idle RPM to the full load, because it is exclusively driven by a separate system. So safety is there, and then these are all fitted with automatic transmission, so there is no gear, it is like a car. And then only you have accelerator and only the brake. Also these are all supplied with hill hold system, where if the vehicle is climbing on a gradient, up gradient, and then for some reason they have to stop it, it can easily be stopped. It will not go 1 mm back because of this hill hold assist. So safety is there. Productivity. For example, we have 10-wheeler and 12-wheeler. In 10-wheeler itself, we have given 18 cubic meter body, so that they can carry more load, and it is able to perform equivalent or better than international equivalents. So the performance is already improved, and we have already seen the operating cost varies from 1/10 to 1/3 compared to diesel vehicles, depending on the mines and the load carried and the gradient. So they are very, very cost effective, though the initial cost is more, but the return on investment is below 2 years. In many cases, maybe there are cases where the return on investment is only within a month compared to international vehicles. So we have come out with 2 varieties. We will be coming out with more varieties, and already machines are working very successfully. And these trucks save about 70 tons approximately carbon per annum. So we are contributing to the sustainability also. And then the performance, and then it's very user friendly because it's all IoT driven. So you can know the truck performance sitting far away from the operating place. You can know what is happening, what's its performance, how effective it is, how much load it has carried, everything, because it is IoT driven. So it is also technologically very advanced, the vehicle. And if you see the other side, we are also into crushing and screening. We have launched dual powered track mounted series. Means the crusher will have the facility to run either directly by EB or by the onboard engine with the alternator. So nearly 30% of around 200 machines which are on the field are directly operating by electricity. So thereby saving about 250 tons per annum of carbon. So that's the kind of contribution our company has made. Now, as Mr. Sudhir sir told, and also Mr. Manish, we are noting down to come up with higher capacity trucks which can cater to the requirement of the field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So more ease of operations, it is peace of mind for the business owners. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. So, Mr. Anand Sirohi, so your views on mostly from the data point of view. The earlier panel discussions we had, deliberated a lot on the data. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'll put a context from the user side and then how we are, helping these machines on the technology to solve customer problems. Now, we heard from the mining side that today we all have the, problem of plenty. If we look at the national infrastructure pipeline alone, where the project size of 1 lakh crore and above are there, that itself is about $1.8 trillion. And then on the technology side, when we are seeing, people are talking of digital to physical, physical to digital, because they would like to know how their assets are getting created and how do they manage their asset. Then there are few technology advancements which have happened. One is the cloud computing, which has provided a lot of computation power in a short time and at a very reasonable cost. Then few things which have happened in the market are the augmented reality, mixed reality. And I'll just link, each of these things what we are talking. So Trimble in 1978, we brought the usage of the GPS in the commercial space. Before that, the GPS was only used in the defense space. And then Trimble is used more for the survey equipments in all the areas of surveying. Now, what we are doing is we are capturing a position, we are modeling the information around wherever something is being worked. Then the communication on any network of this data, and finally whatever data gets collected, doing a data analytics. So machine learning and deep analysis of the things. So Trimble has a joint venture with Caterpillar where we have developed the technology which is called automated machine guided construction. So it's a machine control. It is available in all machine types. Grader, excavator, even on the dumper side, paver, compactors. And I'm happy to see that GR Infra, who has all their graders enabled with the technology. And what this does is, it puts certain, controllers, certain GPS devices. Let me take the example of a grader. So we have the ability to transfer the design model onto the machine, and the operator will see the entire model on his display, and this is completely automated by the usage of the GPS plus the controls plus the solenoid valves and others by which we control the hydraulics of the machine, and operator would not play with the multiple systems which are available on the grader. He would only take the grader back and forth, and the entire operation of doing the grading within the tight tolerances is up to the technology. So this is the level of technology which is available, and same thing is available on, as I said, the other machine types. Even Ministry of Defense is using for snow cutting, because earlier what was happening on the higher altitudes where there was a lot of snow, they were exactly not knowing where the exact road is and where there is no road and there is trenches and other things. So they have also used BRO. So the examples of what I have spoken now is that on Bangalore Airport, L&T has used it, and they have seen the advantages of doing the doubling of their production on the earthwork. So typically, the grader productivity is in the range of 25 to 30,000 cubic meter per grader per month. People, who are in the room who are aware of that, we were able to do using the technology on these graders. It could be pre-fitted or it could be post-fitted, doubling 60,000, to that level we have achieved. Net, in terms of numbers, what I'm talking is that typically the operational cost of doing a grading for per cubic meter comes around 27 rupees. We were able to bring it down to up to 13. And once the machine is enabled with the technology, then it is not man dependent. It would work even in the night. And we do not need the stakes, when you do the construction or when even you do the mining activities, you do not need the guidance to be given by the human. So we are removing a lot of these things, and these machines are all connected with the model, with the information, with the various people who are part of that ecosystem, and these machines are also talking amongst themselves. So they are not talking in isolation, and we are having the information in real time from site to office and office to site. We have used on the Delhi airport, where the L&T was tasked with, there was one runway which was created, there was another runway which was refurbished, and under that runway there were a lot of utility cables going on. Using the augmented reality, we could create a buffer where their equipment, the excavators and others, were not, were very cautious when they were doing the digging in that area. Somebody spoke about the Parliament building. So with Parliament building with the Tata projects, what we have done, we have provided the quality tools where they were able to, compare through the scanning technology. You do the scanning of the whole building when the construction was happening. So there was a model which was the perfect, the construction should happen as per that. And by the scanning, you could capture, what is actually constructed. And by comparing it, it was possible to do what is the deviation in the construction. So the productivity, quality of the construction, and the sustainability, because we are able to do double by using the same machines, same graders, same excavators. The productivity is doubled there. So by using the same fuel, you are doing the double output. So I would say today I'm happy that after 10 to 11 years of efforts in India, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has mandated the technology on Lucknow-Kanpur Expressway, where, this is the first one, and based on the success of that, it would be, extended to other projects where the data is the quality management, the productivity management, whether the construction is happening as per the design, it is coming in real time to the stakeholders there. And I would say on Navi Mumbai Airport, on Delhi Mumbai, where GR had used the technology, others have also used the technology. I mean, this is becoming a norm, but the challenge what we are seeing as of now is that the contractors have accepted where the productivity gain is happening, but where the quality is happening, because quality is a measure of, whatever you can measure, you can improve on. Like quality, compaction is a quality issue. Grading is a production issue. So when you do the compaction, it's a combination of accelerometer, it's a combination of pass count measurement. Now, today, classically what you do the compaction measurement on specific places on your bed, whether it is a road or whether it is anything else. But when you put the technology on it, you will get the perfect, every XYZ in your site, you would be able to measure, and you would also be able to see through the various, technology interventions, if there is anything underground which is embedded there where, things might create a problem. So we have seen that some of the failures which have happened on the expressways, they can be avoided, and government is getting more and more sensitized with that, and they are now embedding this technology into the tender specifications so that, people do not hesitate in using the technology right from the beginning. I'll take a pause there, and if there are some questions, we will.
Yeah, anyway, the session will be open after some time. Two interesting points to note. One is we from the management always look at the as-built, and the actual drawings always differ. But Trimble has a solution, and we all know that GPS only for the last 10-15 years, but from 1978, Trimble Solutions is working on GPS. Interesting to know. Thank you. So coming to the third question, the industry has introduced range of green products. How can the government help in better adoption of these machines in the user industries? So I will start with Mr. Sudhir Agarwal.
Thank you, sir. Coal India is very much keen to adopt new technology machines. Recently, we have framed guidelines for introduction of new technologies in India, and that is under approval of our board. And within one or 2 months, that will be finalized, and then we can go for any new solutions on trial basis, and if successful, then we can adopt those. However, presently also we are thinking of introducing autonomous machines and EVs in our fleet, because Coal India is aiming to have zero carbon company by the year 2047. Because we are having a large carbon footprint, but we are reducing it day by day, and the ministry is after also pressurizing us to reduce the carbon footprint, and we are going to be a net zero company. And we have introduced some new technology in recent past also, and in future we are going to introduce these EVs and autonomous machines also. So after finalization of our introduction of new technology policy, then it will get easier for any manufacturer to come to us and approach to use their new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manish, on the green products.
As I told you earlier as well, in order to promote the green technologies, we have, right now there is no as such incentive scheme from Ministry of Mines as such. But what I said, we have always open for that. As far as the greener technologies are concerned, what we have introduced is a star rating template in our, what we call a self-assessment template or star rating template of Ministry of Mines. It has a point on greener technologies as well, where people, mine owners, get the points for their application or for their use towards green energy. So that is how we are basically promoting the greener technologies, and we really want what feedback we are getting from the industry, because being a regulator, we have a regular interactions with the company. We always ask them, why don't you use the greener technologies? Why don't you come up with the battery operated things? Even if large dumpers or other things are not available, why don't you go with the service vehicles which can be converted? So the thing that normally comes from their mind is basically, sir, basically it's an issue of finances. It's a basic issue of economy. But definitely from the government's perspective, we push the people for adopting these technologies, these green technologies, and simultaneously we also ask these companies who are making these products to see if they can bring the thing to a competitive level where we can compete to certain extent with the other available options. That's all it is.
Okay, thank you. Any other views from the panelists? Anybody wants to add?
See, I would like to add, as you know, we know that the biggest hurdle in for the success of green technologies like electric in construction is the high cost of the equipment due to the battery cost. And somehow construction industry is neglected by the government. We are neither a part of FAME 1 and FAME 2. So I think it's the right time that construction equipment should be the part of FAME 3, so that we can get the subsidy in line what automotive is getting. And actually, if you see that in construction equipment, it is much, there's chances of success are much higher in green technologies because the equipment works in a particular terrain, and the charging is not an issue. So basically, we are looking for subsidies from the government so that we can really push our products. And surprisingly, on a one way, we keep on talking about the green products in construction. On the other side, still the GSR has not been published for the electric CE equipments. As you know that AIS 174 is still in the draft stage. So if that can be published, then we can do the registry of the electric vehicles, which will further push the sale of these products. So that is what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah. In simple, the government should not look at the volume, they should look at the value. So if it is value based, then we will score the PLI for our industry. So you wanted to tell something, Mr. Santiago?
Yeah.
No, what I was thinking, like, this EV is definitely, as such, we are adopting EV. Be it the loader, the excavator, means we have great desire. Even if some of the equipments are not really ready for sale, but they are ready for at least taking on rent, so that we can basically build the data, how it performs, what is the operating cost and all over a period of time. So those things, as such, we are adopting, even if the initial capex cost is very high. But I strongly believe that when we compare the EV with the conventional equipment, it has now become a very set parameter that people speak of the total life cycle cost. You just continue for 5 years and see that what is the cost it is coming, and accordingly you adopt the EV. Rather than looking into the possibility how to really reduce the capex cost as well, because even if the capex cost today appears to be high and over a long period of time the OPEX cost really cut down the total investment, but still I do believe that there is a lot of things to do on reducing the capex cost. And I believe the Manufacturers Association would be the best people to explore the possibility. Somebody in the previous panel was saying that there are lot of critical components which still comes from the import. But I was attending another seminar also. I was a speaker there for the Steel Manufacturing Association of India, and where all those biggies like JSW, Tata Steel, ArcelorMittal, they said that even in the construction arena also, like whatever the special steels are required, they are totally committed to even manufacture all those special steels here in India. That would really reduce the cost of the even non-critical component. Okay.
Yeah, your point is right. If you look at Europe, if you look at US, the rental of construction equipments is more than 40%. India is not even 10%. So that's the kind of situation, and now only it's growing. Yeah, thank you. So you want to tell something? Yeah.
I was adding one point. We are on this journey of, technology adoption, evolution of the technology. So mostly, like I spoke about that ministry's initiative, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, where they have started mandating the technology. So most of the times what we see, particularly in the construction space, be it marine, be it road, or any other construction, technology is mostly an afterthought. The tender is prepared and in a hurry and things are started, they've started. Then people start talking about digital twins, BIM, building information modeling, data sharing, data lake and all that. So I know that most of the ministries, they are talking of hackathon, they are talking, so a lot of new things are happening, new technologies, new hackathon, where people are invited with the industrial bodies, with the academia, where they are talking about it. But my request is that technology is given. It has to be there because of the problem of plenty that we are having. We need to achieve some results within time. Earlier, the project life cycle was 3 years, 4 years. Today, the expectation is the project will be finished in 12 months, 15 months. So technology would be there, machines would be automated, some other technologies would be used, and people are aware of this. So technology should not be an afterthought, and most of the times in the tender situation, this should be given right there so that there is an equal playing field for everybody. It should not be an afterthought. And I completely, empathize with them that most of their machines are technology enabled. They get benefit in some cases wherever productivity comes. But at the time of bidding, they have to be sensitive about what they would be using. So it becomes very difficult to be at the same level field. So the request from the government, be it in the mining side or be it on, any other side of it, we know there are people in the government who are aware what technologies are available. So this should become the common denominator across when the bidding happens.
So what do you mean is tenders have to be at par?
Standardized.
Standardized.
And the output from the machines, like typically today also, in the road area, IRC standards are they are the Bible, they are everything. Now IRC doesn't recognize today many of the machine outputs, the automated outputs. So somewhere those have to be changed. They are very old systems, old rules. So they have to be adopted with the advancement. As I said, right in the beginning, we are on this journey, and some people are slow on this journey, some people are a little faster. But then the technology provider, government, the users, we have to come on a level playing field, and that can only happen with certain mandates.
Yeah, what you say is right, but unfortunately it will take a long time to happen here. The reason being is every state has a different quality level. Even in my previous, one of the meetings I spoke that every state has a different quality norms, particularly in the crusher industry, what we are talking about. Thank you. The floor is open now. So any questions to the esteemed panelists, please. Yeah, the mic can be given there. Center. In the center. Yeah, please pass it on. If somebody asks. Yeah.
So this is a general submission to the ICMA and to the panel. Since morning, there have been a lot of suggestions about PLI scheme for the the CE industry. I have worked very closely with automobile industry, and I kind of consult CIM and others. So if you go back few years, there was a lot of uproar in about auto, probably 8, 9 to 10 years back. That auto is the most polluting agent on the road. That auto is a health hazard. From there, if you look at the journey, now today auto is considered as a poster boy. It did not happen, I don't think it happened overnight. We had initiated various studies where we quantified as to how auto, for example, how two-wheeler is a wealth generator, how two-wheeler contributes to employment, how two-wheeler contributes to technology. And we stacked them up, two-wheeler, four-wheeler, you take CV. And then we realized that within 3.5 years, auto contributes more than 7 to 7.5% of GDP. Now, with that perception, and when this entire thing came in, the entire perception of automobile changed. And I'm sure if you look at even our CE machines, instead of looking at the volume or the value, if you look at them as enablers of growth for Indian economy, I think it probably these machines have one of the highest multiplier effects than any other machines in the in industrial sector. My submission is, why don't we take up some studies of that sort where we calculate and say that this is how the CE industry contributes to GDP. This is how the value addition is enabled by CE industry across sectors and over time. Probably it can be through employment, it can be through value addition, and other sectors can be.
Absolutely, you are right. That's what I said. They should not look at the volume; they should look at the value. Number one, and myself and Mr. Doraisamy comes from the industry where our equipments, our plants can give a payback in 18 months. The return on investment for the whole plant, 10 crore or 12 crore they invest for a crushing plant, aggregates manufacturing. The payback is in 18 months they get back the money. So you tell which industry or which equipment will have within 18 months you get the complete return on investment. Anybody wants to add value to his question, please?
So I think very valid question in this current scenario. So, as I said, a lot of pieces are moving around, and the kind of growth which country is looking at, those pieces have to move faster, and everybody has to play a part. So, when we move technology from what we have today to maybe fully electric, of course, there is an investment which is required from the manufacturer side, and it is also going to be some cost for the user fraternity. But then, in case the government really wants to accelerate this, there can be benefits or incentives or relaxations which can be given to the manufacturing, and also the user functions who are going to pay extra to adopt that technology. There will be a time, maybe 10 years down the line, when the new technology will be as affordable as what we have today. But till that time, I think there is some support which is needed for the whole system to absorb this. And what you said is right. I think with credible hands of ICIMA and similar organizations, I think it is a good platform to go to the government and say that this is what we want to do, and this is where we need your help. I think it's a very valid idea. And auto is a good example of how it has been done successfully.
Starting with the next session. Theme of the session is strong and resilient supply chain, mantra for going local to global.
So a very important and interesting topic, since we have a lot of suppliers in this forum, how to go local to global. What is the opportunity for a local supplier this industry is going to give? So my very first question on this, Mr. Puneet, for you, reliability and resilience of the supply chain has been the dimensions of significance for business across sectors. Major stakeholders, including the government, focus on self-reliance from a value chain perspective. Given this in context, what are your views on current supply chain challenges in construction equipment industry as a critical participant of the value chain?
Good afternoon to all. Thank you for ICIMA for giving this opportunity over here. First, I would like to mention, compared to the last 5 years, the industry has obviously progressed a lot. The supply chain has taken a lot of good work on the maturity level. The localization is also increasing day by day. Now, when we look into how do we make a robust supply chain, now COVID, obviously after COVID, we found the weakness in our supply chain. Reason simple being, point number one has been that a lot of import content, anywhere from 30% to 50% on the machine is a very significant import content. Now the lead time, what we are seeing is on the components which we are importing, the lead times are very, very high. So it varies from 3 months to 9 months depending on what components are there. So lead time is a very significant challenge, and industry or the market does not wait for it, for the product to, get into the door and assemble and so on. So lead time on the import content is a very significant, still a very significant challenge. I would say I have not seen much improvement around it. Obviously, that provides a lot of opportunity for our domestic manufacturing suppliers to kind of develop over here that capability to do it in India. The third point, what I see is in the developed country or even in our India context, the carbon neutrality or the footprint is getting captured now. So a day is not far away when we have to look into our machines as well, that how much carbon is generated, including the machine and the subcomponents and so. So having a neutral carbon or the carbon footprint reduction is a very key element. Now what we see in a supply chain, that many of our key suppliers or the manufacturing supplier base is not even capturing what is the carbon footprint that they have. So they, that's a area that has to start getting work into it. So that will also be very beneficial for the industry. Then once these norms are coming up, that as an industry, the the supplier base, the entire ecosystem is ready to capture, and how do we then improve from there?
Yeah. So Girish, you would like to add on this?
Hello. First of all, thanks for this opportunity. Yeah. Adding on to the points, I would like to mention about one more important factor, like that's about agility. The agility that we need to bring in while localizing the components. So as you understand, with the reducing life of the products, that is, the emission norms are changing. We have to bring in new products. That is the demand of the customers. So with respect to that, the lead time for development is something that needs to be focused on. For that, what is required is we need robust, R&D systems, testing validation systems with which we can, quickly develop the components locally. So that is one of the area I would like to, put thrust on. The other area, of course, we've been all discussing on the reliability and quality of our components, products. While we have a vision of starting exporting the components to get the cost competitiveness, bigger economies of scale. So the quality and the reliability, there is a big role to play from our supplier partners, the entire supply chain, the sub-suppliers. So the sub-supplier control is one area where there is a scope of improvement where we need to work. Like we've been working on directly with our suppliers in training the resources, upskilling the resources over there. But same way, the next level of the chain, that activity should continue to bring in that quality into our components so that, our vision of getting the components like the Made in India, an acceptable brand globally. So if that vision is to be realized, I think that is another area where we need to put focus on. Thanks.
But we also have a challenge that a lot of international component manufacturers are yet unwilling to establish their manufacturing units in India. So while the ease of doing business in India has improved a lot, but we would like to know that what are the major steps and policies which the government is going to bring in to improve this presence. Supriya, if you could.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. When I go on any platforms of the industry or the industry associations, I always make it a point to mention that it requires a great amount of courage to come on such platforms and talk about government initiatives, especially when the other side has a lot of demands, a lot of concerns, a lot of issues. So it is indeed a task to convince you all that we, as a government of India, along with the state governments, are working on multiple reforms. And on the topic that we are discussing today, I think I would like to give a kind of a perspective about the approach that we have been following since few years and will continue to follow for enhancing ease of doing business in India. The conscious efforts to improve business climate across the country started sometime in 2014 when the ease of doing business rankings which were published by the World Bank were taken very seriously by the Government of India, and we started working with State Government of Maharashtra and Government of National Capital Territory of Delhi, because Delhi and Mumbai were the two cities which were studied by the World Bank for the ranking. However, we did not stop our efforts with these two governments. We have our own subnational ranking exercise called as Business Reform Action Plan. In a common parlance, this is ease of doing business ranking of the states of India. And that's a kind of a very sought after exercise, and states are looking forward to the publishing of rankings. So that's the ecosystem where the reforms are implemented by the Government of India. Initially, our focus has been on a lot of structural reforms. Some of those reforms could be, if I can mention them, the operationalization of IBC in 2016, then the Commercial Courts Act in 2015 for the dispute resolution mechanism, then digitization of multiple processes. Ministry of Corporate Affairs launched a form called as Spicy Plus, wherein multiple services were incorporated, reduction in the corporate tax, the rationalization of indirect taxes by introducing GST and some such things. So they were structural reforms. Now the focus is more on ensuring efficiency of the systems which have already been put in place. Our department recently conducted a survey which is called as Cost of Regulation Survey, wherein we tried to find out the costs that industry incurs to remain compliant with the government regulations. And we do have some great learnings from that. And one of the most important learning has been there are many a times delays in receiving permissions or approvals, even the schemes like PLI, where the benefits have to be transferred to the industry. There have been sometimes inefficiencies, delays in that. So we would be concentrating a lot of time and energy on ensuring that the systems function effectively, so that the overall turnover time is good, which would add to our overall competitiveness as a country. That kind of efficiency is also very relevant for the entire supply chain. We would be concentrating on those. We would also have a fresh look at the kind of incentives that are being given to the industry. Even as there has been a long-standing demand of the industry for the PLI for construction equipment manufacturing, and as we all are aware, we are on the verge of general elections. So right now there may not be any expansion of PLI, but in the new regime we may have expansion of the PLI also. So we would be looking at the requirements of the industry and try to provide incentives in such a manner that they meet the demands of the industry, and at the same time we have contribution to the economy by important industries like construction equipment manufacturing, which play a very, very important role in infrastructure and similar areas. So I think we would be concentrating more on the efficiency of our systems, incentives as per the requirement of the industry, and of course providing certain facilities for encouraging manufacturing here, which is our main objective under the Atmanirbhar Bharat vision of the Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you. So one of the important components which is imported right now is the hydraulic and precision components. What are the steps taken by such suppliers to localize and reduce the imports? So Shalom, if you'd like to take that.
Hey, thanks. So good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. Since morning, I think we have seen in multiple reports in communications that one of the challenge for this industry is a very high import content. 50% is still imported, and we have an aspiration to move that to 70 in coming years. And it was not good coming from the hydraulic industry, being a hydraulic component design and manufacturer, seeing the hydraulic piece on the red side of the graph, which means the import is high and the local content is least. We do acknowledge as an industry that it's not affordable to have a product components being supplied which is manufactured in different continent, different country, getting into India to support this industry which has the aspiration to move from local to global. If I talk from our perspective, and I represent a company called Parker who are into hydraulics, and we have manufacturing and design across various parts of the world. We are a global organization, and there are many who are such global component manufacturers. For us, the mantra is opposite. Our mantra is not local to global. For us, our mantra is global to local. How do we get more such a type of global products, components, solutions, technology into India? in India, for India, to make sure that the industry like construction continues to thrive. And I think along with us, there are others also have made a lot of progress what we were about 10 years back compared to what we are today. I think many of the hydraulic components, the precision components, high pressure, has been localized in India. And there are good examples. If you see in the construction equipment, the largest equipment is backhoe loader. Most of the hydraulic components are locally made. The main pump, be it gear, be it piston, all are done in India. And not only the finished product, but even the internal components are all localized in India. The other example can be concrete mixer. You see all closed circuit pumps, all localized in India. Is there an opportunity? Absolutely, yes. There is an opportunity that we can further do. Now, the limitations that it comes in, and that's where I think the collaboration is needed, is all about scale. We also looked at its low volume, high variety. So any global component manufacturers will look at a scale and see the return on investment before really putting their money in to really do more localization. And that is where I think the deeper collaboration among the stakeholders become very, very important. The OEMs, the component manufacturer like us, then the lower tier suppliers. If there's a good and a deeper collaboration, there's a good amount of, I would say, if all stakeholders are invested in the success of each other, then this type of initiatives and efforts of higher localization can get accelerated. The example that I talked about is happened only because there was a deeper collaboration and there was a invested, I would say, the party was invested. All the stakeholders were invested, and hence we saw that success. If we continue that type of collaboration, I think the acceleration of more localization of the hydraulics you will see happening in India.
Thank you. So, apart from hydraulics, we also have transmissions, and a lot of components from transmissions are also imported. So, how we can look at that particular industry, how we can reduce it? Because that's also one of the precision parts.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me here from ICIMA. I think it's a very interesting topic that in terms of localization. As Mr. Puneet also said, I think the localization per se is not only about cost, but also about the total overall competitiveness. One is about the technological availability or capability of the suppliers to make it, but more than that, what I see is the consistency to manage that. Because most of the times people are able to develop parts, but the problem comes later is about the consistency and the reliability of those parts to sustain with the same level of quality levels and the deliverables, because the process consistency is what not invested or is missing in the process. So what I would say is here the challenge, or I would say the opportunity rather, is for the industries is to invest on those kind of areas. So there are products like in the transmissions where it is possible to localize. We are localizing. From our experience, we spend a lot of time in terms of building the capabilities of consistency so that the product quality is at par with the global, and it helps them for also to export, being from local to global. So I would say that this in a nutshell, apart from reducing the cost per se, it also improves our agility to the market, and being lead time reduction is also in terms of overall cost reduction or the competitiveness, which we can pass it on to the end of the supply chain, so that the overall industry can become competitive. So I would say the consistency also is a point to be pondered over.
I will just add in one point here that quality, consistency in delivery is must. But this can be resolved if all OEMs become and made their design standardized. So standardization will give you more volume, and more volume will attract OEMs to come here. And once volumes are there, consistency and in delivery and quality can be achieved. So one major that which is enabling our OEMs to come here is high variety, low volume, which can be clubbed together and make big volumes. That's it.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Just picking up the hydraulics part into it, one of the areas that when we discuss with a lot of manufacturers, the fundamental challenge, what I understand and heard many times, is the good castings. So hydraulics, when you do backward, the casting, good casting for the hydraulic is still a bottleneck which continues to come from Japan or Korea, that part of the world. So that is a bottleneck, or it's coming from Italy as well. So one should look into it. How do we have a good casting manufacturer for hydraulics? So that's a fundamental area. And then obviously you can develop the other things as well.
So do we have the validation processes, the designers available in India, so that we can actually look at global, going from local to global when it comes to hydraulics, gear components, engines, the graph which we saw in the morning, the left side of it, which contributes majorly to the imports?
I take it first. So absolutely yes. See, look, when we as a global company, when we bring our products, right, we have to make sure that those products are reliable. It's meeting the requirement, meet the requirement of the equipment in terms of efficiency, in terms of productivity, in terms of sustainability, in terms of safety. And in order to sustain all those, you not only transfer those products on the manufacturing standpoint, you also need to make sure that you have all the design and engineering capability available locally. You might do it in a phased manner. You might bring a product, you might still get engineering support from your overseas, some engineering centers, but over a period of time, that capability you build as you scale up the product.
So Mr. Akshay, you would like to add on this?
So first of all, thank you for the invitation. I represent ZF Group here. We do about 10,000 crores out of India, and we are into auto component systems and technology for cars, for trucks and buses, for construction equipment and other off-highway applications. So in our case, I think the primary supplies are, of course, a lot to all the OEMs in India, but also a very large footprint in terms of exports to global customers, as well as different parts of the ZF Group around the world. Having said that, then when it comes to construction equipment industry, our focus is on many things, but the primary deliverables in India and outside to large customers, including JCB very much in India, is transmissions and axles. I think, Puneet highlighted that there are still a lot of components in which localization is an issue because the base material available in itself is not available in India. I think that is one of the things which really needs to be, if we are going to be a quality producer and being not only local but from local want to go global, that needs to be sorted out. So that's area one. What we are doing there with the help of ACMA and Invest India is identifying such areas or base materials in steel or in other areas and bringing that up to the government so that there can be a long-term commitment of when that can be localized, because it will not only then give volume opportunities for India, but it will also give it for rest of the world. The second area, being a multinational company spread globally, is our processes are standard. So it could take time to produce locally, but when we produce a component locally, generally, until unless the material is not available, the aim is 85% localization in the country. And because the processes are standardized across the globe, therefore whatever is made in India is of the same quality standard as in other parts of the world. which means that whatever once localized here becomes a global supply material, and therefore export is also high because of the good cost base which India has. So value analysis and value engineering are two key areas which we continue to work on when we localize things here, so that the cost optimization can be better, because India is a cost-conscious market. It is challenging. Even if 50% of what we bring in CE industry is imported, more and more with the volumes going up because of the various infrastructure initiatives of the government, localization in CE industry will become paramount. Thank you.
Yeah, so what are the suggestions the panel has? I mean, Girish, that how an upcoming supplier can control his cost and also deliver the quality to go towards globalization?
I will just add in this that most of the OEMs principal having R&D centers overseas, where they get a lot of support from Indian staff. Maybe they have outsourced Indian design centers, but none of these have R&D center in India. That is the major. So consolidation, standardization is very must. And if somebody goes solo in R&D, validation, ready to use, so the takt time is very high. So, and every takt time has a cost. So, to compensate that, maybe some incentives should be there for encouraging industries to put more efforts in R&D.
Yeah, so one of the initiatives, of course, we've been doing is from the raw material control point of view, consolidation. We are trying to consolidate so that we get the cost competitiveness from across the suppliers. So the raw materials that we purchase, so there is a lot of steel consolidation that we do that can bring in cost competitiveness. Since we are discussing about entering the global forum, I think we need to see our operational costs also. So we did have the previous sessions on digitization, how to automate. So I think these are the tools that will improve the operational efficiencies. And further, we need to see the cost structures that are currently there, inbuilt with some of the legacy kind of, costing standards, which jointly we need to see how to minimize the inventory, how to minimize the operation times. So jointly, along with the suppliers, we've been working on these, and also with, technology upgradations, newer technology coming in. So these all need to reflect in the cost competitiveness of the components if we are planning to compete at a global level. Thanks.
Yeah, but if you are looking at the supplier base, there are a lot of regulations which are going to come and hit the industry. The CEV, BS5, then of course the track excavators being looked upon for upgradation in the emission norms, and the other components as well. So supplier base and the upcoming suppliers would look at the OEMs for capex hiring for components like, and also hand holding them. So what can the supplier expect? Yes.
I'll just give some example here, a real life example. See, when we wanted in our some of the suppliers, particularly when you wanted to localize a product which is not done so far or which is very critical, so the potential failure is very high. Generally, the sub-vendor is a little anxious about making an investment and then not sure about whether that investment will go through or it will become a dump. So one such could be thing is that when we are confident about them, we went about and then given an investment from our side upfront and made sure that that confidence is given, then we are successful and it is a kind of a win-win situation. Maybe I do agree that it's not possible every time, but selectively considering the merit of the vendor's capability
I think that's what some of the vendors or vendor fraternities experts were co-partnering or co-working along with them in the technology development, so that it is possible for them to have that kind of a small doubt they overcome, and then they are willing to commit, and then they are willing to work towards that. This is our example. I mean, our real life example.
So, Mr. Chandok, is this practice that can be practiced in the industry where co-partnering for development can be looked upon? Puneet? So, yeah.
Well, I can just share our experience because, I mean, I think it's already happening in the industry. It's nothing new. It's just that it needs to be scaled up. So, I think tier 1 suppliers like us with large volumes, many times a year are holding sessions for different areas. We talked about hydraulics, in our case, castings or forgings or machining of steel plants, steel components. You bring in a lot of suppliers together to train them, to give them the confidence. In some cases also help them with CAPEX, teach them the methods of quality which need to be followed, start following them on a journey which is spread over a 1 to 3 year curve of when they are ready. And once they are ready, they also become partners in global supplies, which means that over and above local chain, they can make direct volumes externally, which also helps their profitability. So it's not that it's not happening, but of course it needs to be scaled up much more.
See, one of the things that we started in JCB journey is we are exporting to over 120 countries, And when we started adding a lot of Western nations, the thought process was to have real one global quality. So we developed all our vendor base to the same global quality and nurtured them through the vendor programs that we have. So there's a consistent quality coming in, and then when we assemble the product, it doesn't differentiate between which country the final product is going. It's the same global quality that is being manufactured internally as well as from our suppliers, and the product is then finally distributed. And that's coming from the robust vendor management process that we have, that developing the vendor and the vendors itself, the supply base, that they are capable and they are bringing from their parent companies the same technology, the manufacturing footprint in India to meet the global requirements.
Yeah, so the steel, this is an important topic for everybody. Whenever the steel industry goes up, there are heartbeats getting faster. So how do you see the material market moving up? And, with the trend in the last 2-3 years, it's always on the upside.
Yeah, thank you. So I represent ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, which is a joint venture between ArcelorMittal and Nippon Group. Last 4 years, we were working on 5 key questions, and those questions being like, what customer wants, and it's not going to change with respect to the time frame. So customer always wants a high quality material. That is number 1 part. Customer wants variety of products. Customer wants optimized cost. Customer wants lowest delivery, because here my co-panelists have already discussed about the delivery lead time. So customer wants lowest delivery, and last but not the least, customer wants a high sustainable solution. So all these 5 parameters we were working, and one is, as of now, we invested a lot money in our current operation, which is at 8 million ton, and which is going up to 15 million by 2025. And our aim is to go up to 40 million by 2035. So what does it mean? It means that the steel availability over a period of time will increase in India. And not only the steel availability, it's a specialist steel. So over a period of time, we could replace many import substitute like abrasion resistant steel, high strength steel up to 1000 MPa tensile. So such kind of steel we have already replaced from the import. And going forward, we are expanding our product portfolio. So this is on the quality and the variety of products. But what about the cost parameter? So here the cost has a four components. One is the material cost, another is the transportation cost, then the inventory holding, and last but not the least is your rejection cost. So rejection cost, we are very much aligned to provide a high quality material through our upcoming facility so that rejection cost can be reduced. On lead time, we are 4 years back, we were at 7% of our railway transportation. Now we are at 30% thanks to the government policies. And we want to take this forward up to 60% going forward with the help of the continual effort of the government. So what does this mean is the inventory on the road will be reduced, and obviously that will also help to reduce the lead time to the customer end. Not only that, we have also invested much in the digital solutions, digital supply chain, where we are implementing many transformation on the tactical planning, on the transportation planning and the execution of the systems. So what this means is overall inventory through and through the supply chain will reduce, and that will always help our customer to have the reduction in the lead time and the working cash flow availability. And that's not only the thing is, we want our customer to participate with us, and we have already started with the auto manufacturing companies to connect and collaborate with them and to see the end-to-end supply chain visibility. Because right now what's happening is, when he asks the material, he asks, do you have Rockstar, which is the brand name of our product. But we don't know whether Rockstar they want to use for the boom or for the structural element or for what element. So in automotive segment, we are connecting the end equipment with our SKU so that we know the end-to-end visibility, and that's it's going to happen through the electronic data interface, EDI. And that's where we want our customer to also participate with us and have a very transparent communication, so that we come to know that if any outages, if any market condition change at my customer end, I should be knowing along with what he is knowing, so that we can change our supply chain planning and agile to the any disruption requirement. So I think I covered a lot, but not only that, last but not least, we are also investing a much on the sustainable solution like renewable power sector. Not only that, we are promoting a lot of startups with the green supply. And one more point here, because nobody has mentioned about the challenges. So one challenge what we see, and we took a further step, is on the skill manpower availability, because believe me, no GET or diploma holder want to join steel or the construction industry, because they want to join either the IT or the pharmaceutical, or e-commerce segment, or they want to do the startups. So what we have done over a period of time, we have tied up with we have inaugurated Academy of Skill Management and tied up with the Kaushalya Government of India initiative, and we are developing a key training, or we are providing a very specific training like hydraulics expert, or the furnace expert, or the refractory expert, like that training. And that's how we are trying to develop the people, and not I should be also mentioning that we are also moving ahead with the diversity and inclusion, and more women manpower are joining, not joining at the entry level, they are joining at the leadership role. So that's where we are working on, and that all put together is going to be a competitive steel as well as happy customers.
Thank you. So when it comes to major stakeholders in the industry, the value chain partners, the OEMs, the component manufacturers, and the government policies. So in addressing the challenges, in enabling the journey forward for a resilient supply chain, what are the key inputs we would like to give to an upcoming supplier. So Chandu, if you'd like to.
I think the key inputs, I think I missed the question.
The question is that what are the if the major stakeholders, the industry, value chain partners, and the component manufacturers, and the government, what could be the major changes in the environment which we would like to see to make this local to global happen?
I think the little bit, there are 3 points what I would mention. One is on the taking a longer horizon view, as the construction industry is growing on a much faster scale that we see. And even if we compare last 3 years, the global export that we are doing from India has increased, and we see a strong trajectory for the growth. So people who are the companies which are involved in construction equipment having a larger view on the investment front so that they can invest on a longer horizon and make the decisions not only for, especially for the India market, but make the India as a global manufacturing base for their other regions as well. So that will really help to scale the volume. Second is not to just to rely on the, the low-cost labor over here for the manufacturing of the product, but to look into it, how do we have the latest products, technology being innovated over here and similar at the same time productionized over here at a lowest cost base over here. So a lot of time we are still seeing that when we have from our aggregate supplier the new technology or the new product coming in, they are still getting productionized in the developed market first, and then there's no roadmap in the short term when it will get productionized over here. So I think looking into a larger view when we do that product productionization in a developed world, it should be at the same time making a business case considering the volumes on a horizon, when and how that can be done over here in India itself. And the third one is how do we have more on integration. The volume front, the demand signal continue to be fluctuating. We have seen sometimes a very strong demand signal that this much number of machines has to be done or orders has to be done from a particular part of the world. We have seen a lot of time it vanishes also, it dips, and then something triggers more orders. But fundamentally what we see a very strong demand forecast in India, the projection. Considering that, what is required is how do we overall reduce the lead time, because when the demand comes, it has to be fulfilled. But when we see in the value chain, either it's steel, hydraulics, or engine parts and so, it goes up to 9 months. Some are 4 months, 8 months and all. With this cycle, this overall value chain is not very cost effective, because somewhere in the value chain, people have to continue sitting on the inventory. Either it's an OEM or a tier 1 waiting for those parts to come in so that the entire thing can go in sync. So my suggestion is, what your role is in the construction equipment industry. It's very, very important, tier 1, tier 2, to look into it. How do you reduce the overall lead time from order, that it can be processed at a much faster speed? And if it's a import part, then how do we localize over here to reduce that thing? And with that, it becomes very, very robust, because many times, if we don't produce it, somewhere, some other region in the world has that capability to produce that at a shorter lead time. Or in many cases, we have to take the call that we have a longer or a strategic relationship with a particular company, but their lead times were so long that in today's scenario, it's not practical to buy from them. Cost, quality, everything was good, just the lead time. So we have to then take the decision and move from X to Y just to serve our customer. So I think going forward, it will be very, very important, and it will be very crucial, the lead time part of it. Yeah.
Thank you. So now we open for question
hello.
and answer session.
Just adding to
Please
his
add.
point, so obviously lead time has many functions, but when we look at a lead time and we supply to the steel customers, so we are going forward having the hub and spoke kind of modeling, and we are trying to standardize some of the SKUs for our customers, so that the lead time from factory can be reduced and the availability at the customer end can be improved faster. So I think that kind of model can be also adopted by the small manufacturer as well, that how we can consolidate and provide, and that's what I think Girish has also mentioned about the consolidation of the requirement and then having the collaborative nature.
I think one more important point I would say is, many times we have seen, it's not about the localization front. Don't forget about the spare parts. Spare parts also, let's say we have an aggregate coming from a local company, but then there are spare parts which are getting still imported. And that's a huge pain in the overall, because once these machines get sold, they need to be serviced. And they need to be serviced at the most economic level. If we don't, as an OEM or as a approved tier 1 source, we provide the cost-effective solution, there are aftermarket players in India who kind of produce those lower quality, lower cost, which is not the real reflection of what the product really needs. So I think the focus should be on the serviceable parts as well, and when you are producing and when you are manufacturing this thing, keep in mind the spare parts availability as well. Another context is, the number of the spare parts probably in an aggregate or in a machine is, let's say, 100 in a developed world. In India, it will be at least 2x or 3x, because we tend to use, customer tend to use machines on a longer horizon, and they tend to reduce their overall operating costs. So the serviceable parts itself is 2x or 3x compared to other markets as well.
So any questions from the audience, please? I think exhaustively answered.
Now I would request Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi to give the vote of thanks, please, for the summit.
Good evening. Last speech, and then we go. I would like to extend a very heartfelt vote of thanks. I'll begin with ICMA team members who have done a wonderful job at organizing this summit. A big round of applause for ICMA. Then our sponsors, starting with Schwing, Kubota, Parker, Ace, Bonfiglioli, Wipro, Vridgen, ACMA, Alcina, IICCI, Indian Steel, MRAI, IIT, IESC, and NBM and CW. Thank you, sponsors. Without your support, this event would not have been possible. We started today with a primer. I mean, what I take away is a primer on electronic industry. I mean, it was condensed 15-minute, 20-minute educational session on electronics by Mr. Sharma, which was very enriching personally for me. And we learned that electronics is a horizontal, it's not a vertical. Then we also learned about, in the next session with Vivekanand, with Mr. Shakti, on the multiplier effect which construction equipment brings, the variety, the value that we add, and how it makes a case for a very credible PLI scheme for the CE industry. Then we had the ICRA, ICMA, Invest India report on the state of the industry, which was very enriching, and I think you all will have your copies of that. which you can take away from here. We also launched the first ever PMI index for CE industry in India, supported with Sanatan Analytics, which I think is a very good step forward in this direction, where we have PMI for many developed markets, but it was lacking in India so far for construction sector, construction equipment sector, and now we have that. And then we had our panel discussions, and the first one was technology and people, where we had on transforming of future of CE manufacturing. I would like to compliment our moderator Sitaram Ganeshan for managing 8 speakers and in a very nice way to keep everyone engaged. I think it's a big achievement there. And I think the 3 key takeaways from that was on Industry 4.0, how that is really upending the productivity gain in the India CE sector. Artificial intelligence, on how it is an enabler for not only on the supply side but on demand side as well. And then on the people or human angle, which is often ignored in the light of technology and automation, etc., robotization, but without people we are very little. And that's one important element which we should not be forgetting about. The second session, and compliments to Mr. Muthusekar on running a large panel again on modern, agile and sustainable equipment, paving the way forward. And in that session, we learnt about the huge opportunity which comes in coal sector in India, from Coal India Limited, in the road sector, in vertically growing cities from Schwing we heard on how with the pressure on metropolitans, how the cities are growing vertical, and we need innovative solutions for that. Then from some users on how can ESG or sustainability goals can be built into the already the way in which the tenders are done, so that we step away from a cost-only mindset, but also bring in some elements of environment and sustainability in the way we are awarding awards, awarding contracts to our in our road construction and infrastructure development. We also spoke about newer technologies on versatile equipment such as self-loading concrete mixtures. We talked about electrical equipment and alternate fuels, which are going to propel the industry forward. The last session, and thanks to Anis for again managing a large panel there. Thank you, Anis, for a strong and resilient supply chain, and Mantra for going local to global. We talked about value ensuring there, on how we can ensure the value in India, not only at a component level, but also at a sub-component level, at a casting level, which is today one of the area of gap that we have in our industry. We had a spin on local to global and global to local, which eventually at the end of the day still means that India or Bharat is exciting, and this is the way to grow. We talked about R&D, GCC for component suppliers too. We are having a lot of global capability centers coming in for large OEMs, but at a component level is still missing, and there is a case for developing that. And the last was on how government is an enabler for this journey, and also a co-investment by OEMs and tier 1 suppliers with the smaller suppliers to develop a longer term view and grow in that direction. So that was my summary, quick summary of how today went, and I think it was very enriching, very fulfilling, and going forward, I think ICMA is making standards for themselves, which are difficult to match and beat. So compliments for that, and thank you for your attendance today. All the best and good evening to you.
Thank you, Shalabji. And I just take this opportunity to thank all our speakers and our governing council members, and especially the manufacturing and supply chain panel members of ICMA, who have really helped us, put together the program and, bringing together the speakers, and of course the ICMA team, which has really worked hard to basically, put this summit together. So thank you so much, and all our delegates who have kindly joined us for this summit. Hope you have benefited from the deliberations that we had today. Thank you so much.